Steam of Silent Hill Homecoming, and I was gonna play it. So I did some, like, modding to see if I could get it to work, but it didn't work. The music? What is this? Oh, credits? Oh, we're doing original voices. I like the noises. The noises are nice. The little boop. Okay, let me fix the aspect ratio. Oh my god, I don't know any of this. What does it mean, main scenario? Thank you, Op. I appreciate it. What the fuck? There's so many, like, what are all these settings? Excuse me. Just trying to play the game. Beginner, please. Easy, please. Everything needs to be easy with me. I'm so sorry. Oh, in the mirror. Me when I look in the mirror. That is so me. What's happening? The dramatics. Am I supposed to move? Or is it just panning? Thank you for the pan shot. Oh!
Could you really be in this town?
Oh. Not these controls. Oh, girl, it's gonna be a rough game, bitch. It's one of the old games that when they walk forward, like, you know those, like, TikToks that make fun of the old games of, like, how people, like, walk forward and they're like, I cannot open this door. I should really do something. I should really do something. Like, that's the controls. I mean, this is a remaster of a very old game, so, like, I obviously knew that was coming, but, like, oof. Should I take pictures in this look? I probably should.
My restless dreams. I see that town. Silent Hill.
I want to go to
You
Silent
promised you'd
Hill.
take me there
Isn't it a
once
real
someday.
place?
But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter.
Sorry, the dramatics of this. Like, I don't
Name
even...
on the envelope said Mary.
It said Mary had a little lamb.
My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep
Yes,
telling
Nemesis
myself.
Network's, like, community trip.
Dead person can't write a letter.
Dead person can't write a letter. I don't
Mary
know if that's
died of
entirely
that
true,
damn
but...
disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean?
The bedroom.
This whole town was our special place.
Where y'all were fucking.
Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there.
Marshall, you can't even say anything. That's how you park.
Staring at the water. Could Mary really be there?
Oh man, I just got red lipstick on my
Is she
gloves again.
really alive? Waiting for me?
I mean, I spelled. Tell me where I lied. Oh. We're walking, we're walking. That basic bitch, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We're walking, we're walking, we're walking. And we're walking. Like, so we didn't want to take the car. Oh. 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 Sorry. Oh, running. We can run. I run. Oh. I'm so sorry. Oh, do I have to pick it up? Oh. I thought we were just looking at it. Wow. I wish I still had my prosthetic from when I first started doing drag. I did a silent held nurse look. That would have been hot. Like, I made the full, like, prosthetic of the nurse. I know these camera angles are not giving. Dear God. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that. Why is there like a dog like making wet noises? That's what it sounds like. Hey, enough. Out of you. I'm just gonna keep going. It's the way he hears this and he's like, let's keep going. Like, I'm having fun. Oh. Looking at this makes me feel like someone's... Oh, it's save files. That's interesting. Oh, a graveyard. This is gonna be so lovely, isn't it? Oh my god. Thank you. Welcome in. How are you doing? What was this?
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm
Oh!
kind of lost.
Lost?
Oh, she's plucked.
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah.
The voice acting.
See with
Yeah,
the-
the way at the beginning of the game it was like,
There's
you can
nothing
use
to
the original
worry
voices or new
You can't miss
voices. These voices are chaos.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away.
Why?
This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
This wannabe
No.
Leon? Like,
I-
who is this man?
It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But
You will never be Leon.
I'm looking for someone.
who is it?
Someone very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Oh my god.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't
The music restarting.
either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
She said, oh my
Yeah, me
god.
too.
I'm just so sad. It's giving the producers asking someone on Drag Race to explain their trauma, and then the other person's like, wow, that's really sad. Looking for my mama. I mean mother. I mean sorry. I mean mommy. I mean sorry. I mean mama. I mean sorry. I mean mama. Mimi. Mama. The way he backs it up. Oh, 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 oh. Why can't I go inside? Do I have to jump through a fucking window? I sneak back there. Okay, I guess not. Is his name James? Wait, is the main character's name's James? I can't. Okay, James. What was that? By the way, Pyramid Head is in this game, so any Pyramid Head stands and want to see his big fat cock, stick around. Sorry. Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, what? Sorry, Pyramid Head. Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, what? You what? Yep, actually, in the PS Now version of Silent Hill 2 with Pyramid Head, they change it so instead of his sword attacking you, it's his giant penis, and he's just smacking you with it. Only available on the PS Now. Only available on the Nemesis Network version of this game. Just saying. So if you want to see that, subscribe. I'll pass. I know the gimmick of Silent Hill is the fog, but Jesus Christ. Are we good? Also, wait. Dead by Daylight's gimmick is like into the fog. You know what I mean? Like, so why didn't they do a pyramid, like a Silent Hill chapter earlier? But also, why don't they have more Silent Hill characters if their whole gimmick is literally like getting lost in the fog, and that's literally Silent Hill. Makes you think. Really makes you think. Are they? Yeah, I saw that they're adding him as a, like, legendary costume to Cheryl. I'm like, how is that gonna work? But that makes me excited to think that, like, they can add anybody, like, any gender of a character to a certain pre-existing character, you know what I mean? So, that's enlightening. So that makes me think, like, we could eventually get, like, Ada or, like, Jill Valentine. Wait, no, she's already in it. My bad. Sorry, I was thinking about her. Or Sheva. Oh, Sheva. I love Sheva. What's another licensed chapter? Are there any Dead by Daylight stands in the chat? I also have another question. I know we're talking about Dead by Daylight a lot, but, like, why didn't they add a Survivor for the Hellraiser chapter when, like, one of the most popular, like, Scream / Survivors, like, Final Girls comes from that movie? Like, that sucks. Like, literally, she is one of the staple Final Girls. You know what I mean? High Safety. He's walking. I walk. Okay, wait. Also, can we take a minute? It's very late, but I feel like I haven't seen Safety in the chat for a while. But, like, Safety is here every stream, but they usually have work. Can we all take a minute to say happy birthday, sing happy birthday for Safety, belated birthday? How many months has Safety been subscribed? A very long time. Safety's been here from the jump. Let's say happy B-Day. Let's sing. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to Safety. Happy belated birthday to you. Thank you. I'm bookable for birthday singing. I reopened my Cameo. It's a very late happy birthday, but I did wish happy birthday on the timeline, but we usually say happy birthday to people here on the channel. And I just wasn't able to, for whatever reason. I don't remember what the fuck was happening last week. Oh, I think it was because you kept going to Dave & Buster's. You went to Dave & Buster's and then you went out for your birthday again. In that pretty dress. Danger, keep out. Okay. My vocals, oh my god. Oh, that sound cracking. Anyways. It's the way he's just aimlessly walking for like hours. I would be done after like the first like 5 minutes. I'd be like, I'm out. I'm so lost. I got lost. Is man butter. Oh. Are these marks? Blood? I do that. Oh, 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 oh. You better be watching. We're just gonna run up on this random entity that there was blood with no weapon. Okay. Jesus Christ, that thing was so slow. How did it make it all the way over here? Girl. I got you. Stop. I guess I'm saving. The save screen of just his face. I stare at you like that. Does anyone remember Konami Code? What was that about? Isn't there like a certain button combination you can press? The camera, please. What an interesting noise. Oh. What is that? Ew. Oh my. Oh, this like entity thing got caked up. Look at its ass. Booty so big. Lord, have mercy. Working hard like I do. I don't know how to... I'm gonna die. I don't know how to fight. Oh!
Is it dead? What the hell is it?
The way I didn't do anything and it just killed him.
Human.
I don't know if that was obvious to you, sir. Oh! I just need to get used to the combat. Oh! 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 All right. We go this way? Oh, I guess not. All right. Bye.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Mario.
This thing broken? What the?
What the?
I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
This jacket, though, I love an army green jacket. I used to have one. I used to wear it to high school every day. Army green is such a pretty color. I love the color green, but it sucks because I sit in front of a green screen, so I can never wear green. Like, honestly, green I think is my favorite color. I think I've moved on from pink. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a princess room and it's pink, but like, my favorite color to wear is probably green. Pink overall aesthetic is just pretty. I know it looks so good, Mia. I'm jealous. I wish I could do like cool stuff with my hair, but I feel like if I go to work and they're like, pink hair? Be like, all right, get out of here, F word. Be like, okay. Oh, what the fuck? What did you have for lunch? Oh, ew! Okay. We're gonna move past this. We're gonna move on. I did not like that in the slightest. I hated that a lot. I hate crawly guys. My biggest fears in like horror games are, as y'all know, distorted voices and like things that like break their bones and like crawl and shit. Like, oh. Erect. Now, how would you like me to deal with this? Get back here. Oh, it just dies. It crawls and then it fucking dies. Okay. Me when I'm just trying to be dramatic. When I want attention. Before I die. I know, Steel would be like, what is this song? I love it here. I hear another. Oh, love Sophie. Legend. Smack. Smack. You can stop. Hi, Anastasia. How you doing? What is that noise? I've had enough of y'all already. When does Pyramid Head Daddy chase me around? What is that noise? I hear like a baby carriage. Not penis head. I like that in Dead by Daylight they were like, yeah, sorry, we made him like not have a fat ass anymore. We put it back though. Sorry to everybody affected. I mean, honestly, like, in terms of Dead by Daylight killers, I think Oni's pretty sexy. Just saying. I love to see it. Yes, save game. Yes. You better save that game. Yes, girl boss. I feel like I taste blood. Should I be worried? Be covered in blood right now? I don't know why. Can I open the door? Oh. Wait, hello? I'm stuck! Oh, it's this door. My bad. It's locked! Berries and cream, berries and cream. Did I just squeeze through? Oh my god, wait, can I tell y'all a story about what happened at work yesterday? Please, I really need to tell y'all. It's so fucking funny. I need everybody's attention for this story. So, I was at work yesterday, obviously, because I work Fridays and Sundays at the arcade, and I'm a manager. And for whatever reason, like, I don't know, like, I understand, like, you're a store leader. Like, there's store leader, manager, and then just, like, general, like, you're a worker there. So I'm manager, and then store leaders are people that own the store. So for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, like, the people, they love to come from, because where I work, it's a bar and an arcade. It's a barcade. So, like, the people at the bar own the arcade. So, for whatever reason, they always love to come in to the arcade and say whatever, like, they just boss around and they think they know what they're doing. Like, say I'll be sitting on my phone for like 10 minutes. Like, I'm on my phone to send emails and to find instructions to do in the arcade. Like, it's not to just be on my phone and do whatever. Like, I'm at work. I'm not just gonna sit on my phone all day. But if we are, like, not crazy busy, maybe I will be. I'm just setting the scene for the story. So, one of the store leaders comes over and is like, oh yeah, what is so, like, why is everybody on their phones? Like, what is going on? Like, what is so interesting on Instagram today? I looked him dead in the face and I went, I was actually sending emails because I have another job that pays more than this. And he went, all right, and walked away. I just think it was funny. The way I literally don't give a fuck. Like, I am a great worker. If they fire me, they fire me. Like, I can get a job somewhere else. I'm fine. Like, I'm a good worker. You will be lost without me. And I say that here on the channel all the time. Know your worth and demand twice it. Do not let people push you around. Do not let people give you an attitude. Don't let people talk to you a certain way. That is how I live by and will live by for my entire life. Do not let people talk shit on you. Don't let corporations and let people like that shit on you. Like, know your worth. Like, seriously. Like, don't you dare look at me and be like, why are you on your phone? Why are you fucking ugly? Do I ask you that question? No, keep it to yourself. And then there's a part 2 to the story, but the first part was just fucking hilarious. I had to tell you. But since he said that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna do something to pretty much show this guy up. Like, I cannot, like, fuck him. So I get on the counter because we have, like, shelving and some of the shelves on the wall. Because, you know, when you go to an arcade, there's a wall, there's a prize wall. So we have to, like, get on a ladder. So I got on the ladder and he was like, what are you doing? And I went, I'm putting stuff on the shelves because you said that I do absolutely nothing. And he went, oh, I thought no one was listening. And I was like, yeah, I heard you, but I just didn't want to listen to you. I'm great. They fucking hate my guts. I know they do. What is that noise? Why do I hear a baby carriage? Hi, Ava. Why are you fucking okay? No, like, I was telling a story about work. Like, obviously I feel like you should listen to your people that are above you. Like, I'm not saying, like, tell them to fuck off or whatever, but if they're trying to take advantage of you, like, a lot of big, like, people in corporations and managers will. Like, I'm a manager and I'm a realist. I'm like, if you are gonna be, like, come on now. Like, let's do our thing, and then you can sit on your phone or whatever and slack off. I don't care. Like, I'm a very chill manager, but don't let managers, like, walk all over you, you know? And, like, they're just people. Like, I don't know how to explain it more than that. Same with school. Like, teachers can literally be homophobic, and very much similar to the workplace. Like, teachers and managers can be homophobic and be nasty to you. They don't even have to say it, but you can sense it. Like, people like us, we can sense when that's happening. So, like, if you sense it happening, listen to your gut and be like, hey, this is what's happening. Like, in school, I used to get, like, homophobic stuff from teachers all the time. All the time. And I would be like, you're doing this. And they'd be like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, you are literally internalized homophobia to me. Internalized transphobia. Me just ranting about nothing. I don't know if that made sense to anybody, but like, that's just my thoughts and opinion. I'm just a very like transparent person. Like, know your worth. Like, seriously. Is it that bug on the ground that's making that noise? Oh, I think it is. How do I get down to the ground? What did that wall say? The door that wakes in the darkness, opening into nightmares. But it's locked, so I can't open the door to darkness, because it's locked, girl. Oh, I can kick it. Yeah, why did the bugs sound like that? Bugs fapping. Actually. Please, vibe. I can't believe. I'm sorry we're like discussing like 500 different things. We're not really staying on topic here, but I can't believe the Kingdom Hearts trailer, how they spent 400 grand on just the Mickey Mouse symbol. First of all, like, love Disney, but like, why the fuck are you charging that much? It's not that serious. Like, 400 grand could pay for someone to live their entire life. Like, I just... Like, I don't know. Like, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of fucking money. 3 circles, literally. No, they really are, though. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Disney. Like, I'll go to Disney right now if I could. But, like, Jesus Christ. It really is. If it was like maybe like a longer circle, it definitely could be. We just did a... I'm really tired of bugs. I think they should die. Sorry. Sorry if you're a bug in my chat. I didn't want to offend you. Wait, what? There's no way that's true, Marshall. Are you serious? Happy Burger! So not Burger King or Hungry Jack's. Happy Burger. Is Burger King named something else in the UK? Why is it different in Australia? Stop spitting on me. What is wrong with you? beast. Oh, oh! The way I sit in my chair is never good for my body. I always like sit on my leg for like 3 hours and I'm like, ow, my leg hurts. Why? Why is the burger happy? Yeah, what's wrong? Like, why does the burger have emotions? Oh wait, sorry. I know why. Because it used to be alive. What the fuck is that noise? There's just like ambient noises and I'm like, okay. Okay, true. True. Do you remember that one show? I don't even want to talk about it. I'm starting to cringe just thinking about it. What's that? Oh, a nice drink. Mia, it's so bad. Mia, I don't think you'll know it. It's like old. Can I go in here? I'm trying to think of the name. I don't even remember the name. No, not all that. The show! Oh my god. I can't think of it! The show with the scary puppets and they were like fast food agents and it's like nightmare fuel to this day. I hate that show so much. I can't even like, it makes me sick thinking about it. Nightmare fuel. Mr. Meaty. Blech. That show is literally terrifying. That show is literally like, needs to be burned. If I even see anything from Mr. Meaty, I'm like, nope, blocked, nope, absolutely not. That show is terrifying. That show literally should have a trigger warning. That show is literally scary as fuck. Ava, I'm so sorry. I never watched it as a kid, but like, I remember it would come on when I was at my cousin's houses or stuff, and I'd be like, dear God. Literally, who made the executive decision to be like, yeah, this is a good idea. I already have to pee. Take a shot tonight every time I have to pee. You'll be drunk in like 5 minutes. Okay, I thought I didn't really have to pee, but I really have to pee. So, give me 1 second, I'll be back. I let out so much pee and I haven't had that much to drink. Kind of worried, but you know, here we are. I can't sleep at night because literally, like, I'm gonna not be able to sleep tonight just thinking about it. I don't know what that one is. Angelica, Angela, and I don't know what that is. I was gonna say something when I got back, but I forget now. Okay. Part of the puzzles in this game is just getting lost in the fog. Oh my god, I'm a fog whisperer! Oh my god! Congratulations, me! Guys, I'm a fog whisperer, look. Whisper, whisper, whisper. I never watched Courage because it scared me as a kid. I know it's gonna sound bad. Everybody's be like, how did you not watch that show, Nam? I'm gonna be like, it scared me. It scared me. It did. All I know is the quotes from the show. That's it, I'm getting me mallet. Nope, not getting out of this chair. Nope, not getting out of this chair. I miss old TV shows. The new kids' TV shows and cartoons are so bad. Like, I'm so happy we grew up in an era where we grew up. We are so lucky. Like, Paw Patrol and, like, what else is there? I don't even know the kids' shows. Like, that one doctor, like, a lot of, like, doctor shows. I'm like, they're, like, terrible. We literally have just been running around. Doc McStuffins, yeah. Like, they're terrible. Like, if I grew up, like, and I was watching these shows, and I grow up, and I'm like, what did we watch as a kid? And I was like, Paw Patrol and Doc McStuffins, I'd be like, alright. But, like, we grew up in an era that it was, like, Teen Titans, and Courage the Cowardly Dog, and Billy and Mandy. Like, we're so lucky. And, like, even before that, the cartoons were good, too. I read, yeah, we're playing, but I am, you know. Oh my god, Wonder Pets was so good. That was a good show. Or Max and Ruby. Ruby and Max, but let me in. Max annoyed me, please. When he didn't even say anything and he annoyed you. Please. I think I've seen that, Ava. Oh, I got a nice health drink. The eye rolls. Well, you know what so currently me and some mods were watching That's So Raven, and when I tell you, like, love Corey, but in the earlier seasons, Corey is so nasty to everybody. He steals his mom's money and his dad's money, buys a credit card. He's nasty to Raven and says, I don't want to be, like, here. I don't like you. No one wants to date you. You're nasty. You're disgusting. Like, so nasty to her. Not even, like, sibling rivalry. Like, I wouldn't say that shit to my siblings. Like, it is so nasty. I was like, Corey, what the fuck? You're a spoiled little brat. Like, literally a spoiled little brat. That age range of, like, 11 to 14 makes my nerves. Like, I hate kids those age. They're so annoying. They're literally so bratty. They're so rebellious. And it just gets worse. It just gets worse if they don't mature. Like, they're so annoying. It's the shit on that show still holds up. It's so good. Yeah, that's the other day when I was talking about how I had a party of 35 kids from 11 to 14 years old. Worst day of my life. Literally, actually the worst day of my life. I don't think I'll ever recover from that party. And I got no tips for dealing with 35 snot-nosed, annoying children. No tips. Open my inventory. Oh my god, there's a map! Yes, map. I didn't even realize that. No inventory though. Weird. I can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. Oh, we're trying to get to the park. Wait, what? I tried hitting the map button again and it's not working. Oh. Okay, we're trying to get to the park. Oh, so we just have to go up the street and down the way. Here we go. Yes. Oh my god, I love Dragon Tales! Oh my god, I did a makeup inspired by the pink dragon from Dragon Tales in makeup school. I would show you, but it's on my redacted Instagram. My professional makeup Instagram. And that's my birth name, so I will not be disclosing that information at this time. But I will post it on the TL if anybody's interested of my prosthetic work when I was a working makeup professional before the pandemic. A lot of yelling. We can calm down. We're still all crawling on the ground. Oh, we just found that this is another blocked road. Fuck. We just go all the way that way? The flower shop? I guess we can try. It's the only way. It's the way if I even saw anything like these things, like the crawling and the rolling around, like, I don't care. My wife's dead. Like, I'm out of here. This guy's like, my wife sent me a letter and she's dead. I'm gonna go investigate and fight through all these zombie things. I'd be like, girl, you're dead. Bye. I'm done. Move the fuck on. Go suck a dick. Maybe you'll like it. Everyone's a little gay. I feel like with literally like 4 bazillion people in the world, you cannot just be like, no, I'm not gonna suck a dick. Like, come on. Why not? Listen! I'm just spilling facts. You don't know until you try. Come on. Literally. Who hotboxed the entirety of Silent Hill? Wow. I know a few people that can do that. A couple of mods of sorts. No, but Serena did purchase some Nemesis Network apparel available on NemesisNetwork.threadless.com. Halloween exclusive merchandise. And you know what else you can get? You can buy an Udi on the link tree with code Nemesis at checkout for $30 off. Lots of deals here on the Nemesis Network. I mean, go ahead. Come on now. Wait, we went this way. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I went grocery shopping today. Who's proud of me? I did some light grocery shopping. I got some French fries. I got some pasta. I got some stuff to cook chicken with. Like hand-breaded chicken. When I tell y'all I make the best fucking chicken, if I could give you the chicken through the screen and have you try the chicken I make by hand from scratch, y'all would be like, this is the best chicken of my life. It's so good. The way it's probably terrible, and I'm just like, wow, I'm a great cook. Honest question, would you let me cook for you? Would you let me? Or would you be afraid that it would be terrible? Yeah, I raised the chicken myself. Oh no, we just ran this way and he doesn't want to go back this way. Fuck. Does anyone see a route that, like, we can get to the park? Do we have to go through Martin Street? Well, now we're running back. I went upstairs to, apply some makeup. Like, I had to do the fake blood drips on my face with the hairdryer. So I went upstairs and my mom has like friends over, and she was like, can I watch you like do this like thing? I'm like really intrigued. She loves when I put on big drag. She like loves when I do big drag, like wig like this, big eye makeup. She loves like the feature fashion, like big drags. I don't know how to explain it more to you. Like, when I do normal drag, she's like, oh my god, so pretty. But like, I can tell she loves when I do like costume, like rhinestone, stuff like that. She lives for it. That's why I think she was so like ready to help me for prom when I went to prom in drag. She's like, okay, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. Kind of like the daughter, like, because my sister's been such a tomboy. Like, I went to prom in a dress and my sister went to prom in a tux. So it was kind of like, I don't want to say the son and daughter she's never had, but like the reverse. You know what I mean? Like, because my sister would never put on a dress and I would never put on a tux. So yeah, my sister looks so good at prom. I love my sister. She went with a girl too. Love that. Gay rights. Try going up this street. I kind of wanted my makeup to look like the character from last year with the outfit. She didn't survive, you know what I mean? Like, she died, obviously. You know what I mean? So when I do pictures, I'm gonna try to make it look like that. Because last year was very glamorous. This year it's very, like, horror-based, I guess. Because for anybody that wasn't here last year, this is a costume I made last year. I was supposed to do a different look, and, like, the outfit was red, and the costume's red, but I didn't like how my eye makeup looked. Like, I even when I put on the makeup, I was like, I should be doing brown and neutral tones with, like, maybe a red lip. And I just decided to not do it. I decided to do a red eye, which was my first mistake. And then I started doing my liner like a lot bigger than I usually do. And I was like, okay, well, here we are. So. I know. It's literally been crazy. What the fuck? Well, like, last year during Halloween, I don't know if anybody remembers, like, it's gonna be exactly 1 year since I moved to this new studio. Like, maybe, like, in the next couple days. It's gonna be exactly a year I've been living here. And how I moved from... It was during Halloween season, too. I couldn't do a lot of Halloween streams because I was moving. It was in October last year when I left my crap roommate. When I left and took everything in the apartment and she blocked me when she owed me $300. So true. The way we could find her Twitter and everybody could just add her. Give Nem the money you owe them. It's been a year. Hi Gray, thank you. We're playing another Konami game. Don't be scared. Oh, also I didn't show this off. I rhinestoned a mask. So this was peak COVID last year, so I rhinestoned a mask to go with the look. I want to make new looks again. This was so fun to do this look. The map definitely helps because now we can just go to the apartments. Where's the apartments? Well, I guess we're not gonna know because it's not gonna be like, apartment is right here. I would assume it's one of the northern... Oh, right down there, Blue Creek apartment. It's right down the street. Okay. We're gonna take a left here. Like I'm driving a car. Oh, this is named Cat Street. So true. Oh, fun fact. Did you know in That's So Raven, Corey has a ventriloquist doll named Monty? I thought it was funny. I was like, your doll named what? Just keep going, just keep going, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. If I could wear whiteout contacts, I would wear them with this look, because that's kind of the vibe I wanted to go for, but... No. I can't wear whiteout contacts. Oh, yes, you are! Well, and also, in Stuart Little 2, nope, Stuart Little 1, there's a cat named Monty as well. Lots of things named Monty in my childhood I didn't know until recently. And it's funny because in Stuart Little, the cat named Monty kind of like acts like how my cat would act. Like he's kind of like a mafia boss. Like he works as like an underground, like he's a bad guy. I feel like that's how my cat would be. My cat is so that. Hi Bev Bestie, how are you doing? We're really running. I'm doing good. Kind of a little disappointed because my makeup didn't turn out the way I wanted it to, so I couldn't do the look that I wanted to do because I wanted to serve new looks, but here we are. No use for that. Use the garbage. Let me just look through it. Sift through, see if we can get some money. Oh! Oh, kind of hate this. Can we turn the lights on? Oh, stairs. I had a dream that my family won the lottery and we redid the entire house and we painted it red. I don't know why. I don't know what that symbolizes. Hoping it's a future dream. You know, when you have those deja vu dreams that eventually come true? I hope it's one of those. We just burped at the same time. Our minds. We could have a flashlight. What am I looking at? There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. There's something stuck in a hole. Whoa, whoa. That's a Total Drama Island song. But it's pole in a hole. I hear something walking, but I can't see anything. I just heard something outside my window. I didn't like that. The music makes me nervous. What is happening? This apartment's nice. I want to live here. Not with this on the wall. What the fuck? That's a long hallway. Well, that's kind of scary. Oh, there's something on it. A flashlight? What the fuck? Get out of here. Well, now I can see. Why are there just mannequin? Okay, this is creepy. I don't mean to do that. I need to get a snack because my stomach really hurts. So I'm gonna throw the BRB screen up because I think I'm gonna take like a quick little BRB. Here I go. For me, it's about like portions. Like I can't like shove a whole thing in my mouth and chew it. What? I mean, you shouldn't do that anyways. You shouldn't be chewing it. I want a hot dog. I won't breathe. No, no, no. I won't. Thank you. And I put on my Sugar Pale lashes. Where's the ding? Hold on, where's the ding? Oh, I can't read. Oh, I can't read. Where's the ding? Did I get rid of it? Wow, look at this big stick! Get your mind out of the gutter.
There's no way to stop.
She's lost her mind.
He never should have. I told him never to. He never let them out before.
Bloop, boop, bloop, boop. The music. La 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 la. Bloop, 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 bloop. I sing along with them. This Little Nightmares reference?
You don't belong here.
Well, did I ask you? Hi. Excuse me. Okay, in my flop era. Oh my, I have 10 seconds. I don't think I'm gonna do it. 5, 4, 3, 2. That was it. I was. Blah, blah! Breaking news here in the studio. I'm done. I can't do it anymore after that. It's a wrap. Wrap it up. Hey Siri. I forgot what I was gonna say. Quote. See, that thing's fucking ugly. Do people catch that and claim it? No. No. Does anyone want to go inside with me? Oh, the door just shut. I thought the door was like trying to attack me, like eat me. I was like, oh my god! I mean, did I spill or what? Straight people love boats. They do. They love to drive a boat. They love to get on a boat and drink. They like to call me a nasty word. What is that? Slowpoke. My baby. My baby boy. Oh dear God.
As a part of this new plan's content.
Virtual console! Virtual console! Virtual console! Yay!
Nintendo 64 games.
Yes! Can I see the back again? Oh, of course. You want me to hand model the back of this for you? Hold on. Hold on.
Aw, shucks. Now I'm all out of potatoes. Whoa.
Ah, shucks, I'm all out of potatoes.
You could do it.
Was that not her guns? It's me! Ah! Ah! I always forget to unmute. Fuck. Are these clips quiet? Oh, I turned it down. Because some of the clips involve me screaming, so I didn't want anybody to be alarmed by the noise volume. Did I just get bread to eat? Yeah. I did. I am bread. Who's getting bread? Well, not me. I just had Taco Bell. I just got groceries, so I can't order food. No. I did not see their tweet. What did they say? Oh, I love a Baja Blast. Those are good. Okay. Oh. No words. I mean, I get bread. See? There's bread. I would never stoop to the level of making an inappropriate joke here on the Nemesis Network. I would never do that to my community. That is just vile. Making inappropriate humor on twitch.tv. That's sick. Now where's Pyramid Head's fat cock? Okay. What was that? Why did I just hear someone load their gun? Get fucking wrecked. Get owned. Oh my. The mannequin just sitting there. I sit there. Oh, thank God. This bread's making me feel better. I just didn't have any food in my stomach. I had a bagel this morning and that was it. I mean, I had a beagle. Is that sesame seed? Yeah. I think. I just saw it and it looked good, so I was like, I'm gonna put that in my mouth. Anyways. There's something in this bathroom I'm missing. Is it? A lot of people love this game, huh? Maybe I'm just dumb. I mean, I'm not very good at video games, so... Oh, all the time. I mean, quite literally. Oh, I want fried shrimp so bad right now. I'm gonna start crying. It has a lightsaber? This has 2 and 3 in it, so I thought we would start at 2, and if we like it, then we play 3. Isn't 3 with Cheryl? 3 has the girl boss in it, pretty sure. I got lost. Wait, I'm literally lost. Like, I'm in a maze right now. This room has music in it, so I'm gonna assume that there's something in this room we need. Henny. Not Henny. It says Henry, not Henny. Stacy Lane Matthews, yeah. What an icon. It says Henny. Henry. What do they call people with the name Henry for short? Hen. Hey, Hen. Any Henrys in the chat? Mildred Scott. Sure. That's a drag name. Henry Mildred Scott. So true. So what are we supposed to do with that information? Scoot from Animal Crossing, so true. The direct is soon for Animal Crossing. I think they announced it October 15th. This Friday. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. So you push the clock, yeah. Was it really patio furniture? I didn't even catch that when I watched it. I was just looking at how busted he looked. Like, they couldn't have, they literally, they couldn't have cast like anybody else. They also couldn't hire someone to do his makeup. Eureka was on set. Okay, Caesar, please. Okay, so what I'm understanding, hear me out. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. So, I think these are the scars from the past. I'm wondering how we activate, like how do we like insert these names? Oh. The clock is stopped at 11:29 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It is locked. I can't touch the needles of a clock like this. Hmm. I think these are the arms of the clock. But we have to somehow make it so we can touch the needles of the clock. What do you like what ideally what would you three different sizes time am I reading this correctly? 3 different sizes time on the run. 3 young men circling around the sun. Henry is short and very, very slow. Scott can't stop. He's always on the go. Uh-huh. Wait, 3 some got automata. That's funny. I see it. What noise? A lot of the peel from not well, yeah, I mean, like quite literally, I do not know how to play video games. I don't know why I'm volunteering to play these games that I am not gonna figure out. I mean, like, I don't have any rush to finish these games. So, I'm just here for the ride. We were just so happened to finish Obscure in one stream. Like, we were lucky with that one. Yeah, me too. I definitely get it. But I don't know how to move the needles. That's my problem. I would love some help. You are definitely more than welcome to help. Anybody that is a subscriber and very nice to me, I'm not opposed to help. Just like people that I don't know that are like bossing me around. Like I don't like when people come into my chat and they like tell me what to do. I'm like, I don't know you. I don't want to know you. Like don't boss me around. You know what I mean? Like that's the nope backseating tab. That's what that means. Like yesterday, Gray was so generous to help us finish Obscure. Like that's fine. But like I said, like if you're coming into my chat and you're like, what's your friend code? Do this and this. And I'm like, I don't know you. Like boundaries are put in place for a reason, Gorge. Literally, that's exactly it, Mia. That's the good wording. Like, literally, they, like, boss you around like you're, like, an animal in a cage. I didn't know that game was so popular, Gray. Oh, I do. Does the map work in here? Oh. Not of this area, unfortunately. This game does run on wonky logic. What do you mean by that? Sorry, my chair turned. That makes it harder. Yeah. Oops. Come on, tell me, come on. Spoil the game for me. No, the speedrunners don't like me. They said I'm a disgrace to their community on my YouTube video. That's why I deleted it from my YouTube channel. Like, jeez. Good night, Lucy. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, they said that, like, the way I made my thumbnail look, they were like, this is disgraceful. And you could tell it was, like, internalized transphobia. Like, you're upset that I'm doing this. Okay. Interesting. That's definitely interesting, isn't it? This building's confusing as fuck. I'm lost on the first floor. Let's get the map. I was actually doing pretty good with the map in the general area. Like, I didn't need anybody to be like, Nem, go here. Like, I actually did something for once. Me being a cool person. So what do we think of the main character? Do we think he's sexy? I think he's just a wannabe Leon. I'm not a big fan. The main character's name is Avacious? What? Bitch, it's the 212. Wait, there's a 212. So true. Any Squid Game watchers? Bitch, it's the 212. I can't believe her number was 212. I mean, come on, girl boss. I don't care. Y'all can hate on her. I thought she was iconic. Don't even. No, I wish. I want him to come out. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. How are you guys? Oh, that moan. Jeez. Red, you need to keep watching. It's so good. She's so iconic. I want to talk about it, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody. Can we plan a day that we have a stream that we just talk about it? If you, like, I'll, like, be like, don't come to the stream today if you haven't watched it. Everybody do your homework, watch the show. It's like a book club. The way 212 would eat her alive. Sorry. She was such a girl boss. Yeah, I mean, it's just hyping it up, you know? I got spoiled for the show because... Yeah, me too! No, great, but, like, I did, but, like, you should still watch it if you haven't. Like, I thought I wasn't gonna need to watch it because I've seen so many TikToks and Minecraft things and parodies, but, like, it's still good. Like, you should still watch. Like, there are still gags that you won't know, if that makes sense. Hey! Oh!
Hey, wait! Damn it.
You stupid little bitch! Sorry. Any chance that you'll play the Squid Game Roblox on stream? There's a slight chance that I could do that for Bargain Bin Horror Games for Halloween. I still need to edit the one with my sister. Unfortunately, I know I'm behind. I did reach out to my friend that's an editor. If anyone is an editor, I will pay you to edit my video. Just putting that out there. Ooh, a shopping cart. What? I just got a handgun. Excuse? How do I... Looks like you can buy a gun at Walmart. That's a redacted quote. Oh my god. Everything is just redacted. There is an inventory button. I slammed down on my controller. Yeah. Am I? Maybe it's not bound. Oh, here it is. Hello? Okay. 7 is the max? How do I get back in the game? Hello? Okay, here we go. Jesus. Me when I accidentally shoot this kid by accident, that will be sad. I wish I didn't have to put on auto mod. It's so annoying that I have to have it on, like, for everybody involved. But, like, when trolls come in, it definitely is useful. Okay, we got a gun. Yeah, you definitely, like, I feel like everybody should have it on anyways, you know? Oh. It is a gun. Take this. I don't think we're gonna need it for anything else right now. We'll see. That's one of my favorite emotes. I love it. A what? Shoot a what? This door open? Common. I think it's pronounced cumin. Common. No. It's pronounced cumin. Common. Okay. A what? I didn't eat a fucking baby. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Have we been in here before? I don't think we've been in here. No, we have. Never mind, I lied. But one. I'm gonna find ya. I'm gonna get ya. Is it 212? Oh. Oh. They what? You what? You mean Big Time Rush? Is that Pyramid Head? Hey! I've been looking for you, honey. Hey. Come over here, I'll give you something. Why is he just staring at me? Hey. Oh. Oh, he's dead.
God. Who could have?
What do you mean, who could have? You just saw Pyramid Head. Hello? I'm gonna take out my gun because I'm definitely worried a little bit. Wait. So where did this guy come from? He wasn't in here before. The alert just scared me. Alma, thank you for the follow. Oh, it just said a key number. "202", not 212. I want to go to room 212. It's the 212. If this door's open, where'd he go? Dad. Oh. Oh, he passed away. Oh. Oh. Hi, Jim and Tonic. How you doing? Yeah, we're playing Silent Hill 2 on the PS Now. Oh, oh, ow, oh, my stomach. Oh, oh, my chest. Oh, oh my gosh. Oh, in a lot of pain. Oh, oh, oh my goodness. Oh my god. Ow. It's that one song by Azealia Banks. I don't know what it means. I just see a lot of fan cams with it. Ow! Yes, now! But ow, I'm in so much pain right now. Stop. What's going on in this room? Why did we lock it? Lock it, lock it. Get the key and you... if Pyramid Head jumps out from one of these rooms, I'm gonna suck his dick. I mean, be scared. There's something on the other side of the hole? I fucking hope so. Glory holes! Come on, Pyramid Head, stick your dick through. Sorry. I should stop. Oh. Was it? Oh my. You got a cock key? Why are there butterflies? Oh. Not the dead butterflies. I'm so sorry. Let me walk away. Who's using a printer? What is that noise? Like, who's using a fax machine? I see it. Don't you worry. I see your message. Don't you worry. I start twitching. Not Asia O'Hara's Silent Hill. I'm gonna go downstairs and save. Excuse me. What if I went downstairs and Pyramid Head was like, hi? Right. Just wanted to be safe. Hey now, when you break down, you're right with rain now. That's so Raven. So mysterious to me. That's so Raven. The future I can see. So mysterious to me. Yes, I was. The way I made popcorn and just watched That's So Raven, like, all day. You have the clock key, use it. Use the clock key. That was loud as fuck. Eventually it has to be right? Right? Why, Serena? Why should I try 420? What does that number mean? I think I know. How will I know if he really loves me? Do you carry a lunchbox? But where does Mildred come in? How interesting that. Oh. So the long hand should be at like... the first letters? It's making sense. Would you smoke a blunt with Pyramid Head? Yeah. HMAs. HMS. What about the first letters? Oh my god! You're right. You're right. You're right. Hours and minutes. So okay. That was a tricky little puzzle. I think that's it. Oh. Wait, I don't know how to tell time. Wait. The little hand is the hour, right? Yeah. Then you'll know when it's it. I think it's supposed to be like here, I think this is the solution to the puzzle. The minutes is supposed to be like that. I break my arm trying to show you guys. Like that. And then it's supposed to be like that. Me trying to bend my arms like a clock. No, because... Please. Because there's a line. Do you see the line in the 3? I'm so cool. You better clock. Oh, there was a save point right here. Fine. A man with no eyes? Perfect for me. I mean, he can pretend. He'll love my voice, I'm sure. And then like this feminine body that I have, and then he'll fill the wig. Be like, oh wow, it feels like plastic. I like that. I like that in a woman. I like that. Yeah. There's no judgment either. Pyramid Head's my guy. That's my husband, I think. He would really love you for the person you are. Because he doesn't have any eyes. Oh. This camera angle. I think he would like me. Do you think Pyramid Head's gay? Do you think he likes the gays? Or do you think he's anti? Well, let me posit this question. Do you think Pyramid Head's a top or a bottom? Or a verse? Verse King. Serena's thought about this before. Is strictly top. What? What do you mean? What the fuck? Oh. Is he fucking? Did he just have sex with that thing? What was he doing? Can I be next? I volunteer! Me next! Hey! Oh, that's gonna be me. That's gonna be me. Legs like this. It's so hard seeing other people live for your dreams. Like, I just want... Was he really just having sex with this thing? I can't. Like, is that actually canonically he was having sex with that thing? Oh, 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 oh! Not Pyramid Head getting shot and being like, where is that coming from? And walking away. Oh. Oh. I thought it was a mannequin body. Are these not mannequins? Are these things even human? The way I didn't think he was having sex with it, I thought he was just, like, throwing it around and, like, murdering it. Legs on top of legs. So, like, a Toy Story character. Like one of Sid's... Is that the kid's name? Sid's, things. I'm mad we were just talking about Pyramid having sex and he actually just had sex. The way you guys were like, I'm not gonna spoil anything. The next scene, 2 seconds later, Pyramid Head just slapping his balls against this thing. Hi, Goose. Food for thought. I don't know. I don't think I've made it that far in my development storyline with Pyramid Head. Well, if he's strictly top, then I'm never seeing it. He'll never even let me look at it. Nah, bro, don't touch my hole. That's Pyramid Head. Clearly. What is that noise? Stop. Oh. Sorry. Girl, calm down. wow. Guess everybody follow Goose, bestie. Even though they come into my chat and drag me, but it's fine. Welcome in, Apex. We are playing Silent Hill 2. I'm walking. I just woke up from a nap. So true, bestie. The way I slept in until I woke up like 5 times this morning. I woke up at 2 and then I woke up at 4. So like I woke up twice. I'm being dramatic. Excuse me. Is it canon that they're different characters? I mean, I guess technically, right? Aren't they just different entities in general? Like, it's not the same person. It's like a monster in this world. It's not like just one character. Is that my dog? Becky! Oh, I hear her. Hi, baby! Oh, the save point's gone. Oh, wait. This isn't the same spot. This is the other side. I don't even know where I'm going, honestly, but, you know, I'm here. I'm pretty! Okay. Okay. And juice? Now, why did you give me that? Oh, shit. Wait, so Pyramid Head's a bad guy? Does he have story development? Like, he doesn't say a word. Like, is he a bad guy? Or is it just society looking at him and judging him, making him the bad guy when he's not? That's the question. I sure fucking hope so. I would like to see it. Can I go down here? Okay, we can calm down. I walked in and the noise of all of them just... Are we okay? Oh my god. Alright. I've had quite enough. Are you finished? Oh, in the toilet. Okay. A nice painting on the wall. Stain. Bye, bestie. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you next stream. Hopefully my makeup will look good next stream. Oh my god, please. Yeah. There we go. I'm trying to get back downstairs. I wish Monster would sponsor me. That would be an ideal life goal. I hope Bratz like sends me an email too. That would be really nice. Of all the interaction it got. I doubt anything's gonna happen though. But I can pray. I like tried looking up like what email I could like find to like email them, and like they just have no like, you know, just all like social media. So I shot them a DM on Twitter. So we'll see what happens. I beg. Monster and Bratz, please sponsor. That would be like my life would be made. Those two, those are like my, if you think of me, you think of my Bratz makeup and Monster. No, I was never into Monster High. Fortunately. Because Monster High kind of pushed Bratz off the market. What's that noise? You have an emotional support Bratz? What do you mean? Like which one I love the best? That scared me, the camera change. Really? I want that. I don't have one. I wish I did. Dog outside barking so much. Sorry, I'm waiting for the dog to stop barking. I'm like listening, I'm like, remember my old apartment with the motorcycle club every stream? Every stream. If you didn't start watching my streams like a year ago, I used to live next to a club, a motorcycle club. So every stream at around 11 o'clock, the motorcycle gang would rev their engines and interrupt my stream. It was so bad. It was really bad for me. Like, really bad. Key to the door. Oh. Well, this is awkward. Oh, wait, no, I'm going the right way. Yeah. I can? How? No, I can't. You're a liar. You're a liar. Well, there was people, like, making whoopee in the alleyway next to my apartment, so you would, like, I would hear people having sex in my window. I was like, guys, go home. Like, and it was old people, too. I was like, guys, stop. Hi, Navi. Hi, Zoel. Oh. It looks like the garbage stuck in the fallen through. Oh, is that outside now we have to go? We have to go outside, right? Yeah, we have to go. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for brutal murder of Billy Locane and sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 20th. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead in the blood from the blood loss. The spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. Oh my god. Oh, just thinking about it makes me sick. Old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan from his hometown, Pleasant River, said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. Oh, he killed kids? I didn't realize that. But if you do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out some sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me. God damn it, I was gonna do a red devil look tonight too. That would have been perfect for this moment. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Interesting. So that was just lore. We got an old man coin. Old man. Hi, Sheena. Happy to see you. How are you doing? Imprinted with the face of an old person took out of... a coin of me, please. Old man. Old man coin. Mary. So what's the next step? I need to use the fire escape key. So not the button I was trying to push. I look crazy right now. Where is the fire escape? I really shouldn't be pressing this against my face. I'm wearing a bunch of foundation. I want to dye my hair so bad, but I feel like my job would be such a brat about it. And we're not, I don't think we're closing for the winter like we said we were going to, which does not bother me at all. Like, I will still work because it's going to be dead as fuck because my town is a vacation town. So it only really thrives during spring and summer. So when I tell y'all I'm really attracted to my manager, it's too much. He's like a silver fox, and I'm just like, I can't. Like, I don't. There's something about him. Something about him. Listen, I've said it once or twice on the live, and I have a couple managers, but the ones that are rude and then him, and he's nice to me. Maybe that's why I'm attracted to him. But like, I don't know. The silver fox thing is. Ooh! I think it's so hot. I like an older man. Not too old, but old and wise. No, but like actually. Because an older man is more mature, knows how to deal with like situations and not be a big idiot. Depending on the guy, but not Gandalf. Yep, that's exactly what I meant. The doors have a red line on them. They're locked and unable to open. But they're locked but openable with a key item. But if they have blurry lines, there's no way you can open them. I don't like dumb idiot himbos. I like a smart gentleman. Because, you know, I am not very smart, so yeah. Oh, and the big squares are save points. Okay. I was like, what is the big square? I don't trust them. No, that's valid. I don't think it's not valid. See, like, for me, like, I like a solid, like, you don't have to be, like, super attract. For me, this is for me, I'm not speaking for everybody, but, like, I don't really like a super attractive person because they, first of all, they probably have an ego. But, like, I like a solid, like, 6 or 7, and then their personality makes them a 10. You know what I mean? Oh. Generosity and, like, I want to say, like, I want to say affection, not like over affection, but like being able to be that much of a man to be like, to like discuss your feelings is like very like marry me status. I feel like not a lot of guys are very into like talking about their feelings and being open. Like, I don't need any of that. Oh, I like you. Oh, I like you. But I don't want to talk about it. But like, I want to come out. I want to be your romantic person and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't need any of that shit. If we want to date, we can date. We can go on a date. We can fuck. We can do this. Just be honest. Like, oh my God. Like, I don't need the kindergarten bullshit. Oh my God, you like me? I like you too. No, shut the fuck up. Like, literally, if we're gonna date, we're gonna date. Like, we don't need to be like, oh, I've liked you for 9 months and I haven't told you. Who has the time? They are, though. Men are scared of their emotions. That's why it stems from a lot of like literally like in the school systems, like when you would cry or you would cry about like your emotions or cry about something or whatever, like the guys in the school, like the jocks would be like, you're F word, you're gay, blah blah, and it's like, no, like people have emotions, you can cry, like don't be like that. That's so stupid. I hate people that put other people down for crying. Like, cry. Like, it's just an emotion. Like, you get angry and punch a wall when you start drinking alcohol. Like, everybody has emotions. Come on now. Am I wrong? I'm not. Hi, Pump. Thank you so much for the follow. I like that, Sheena. Like, 9 years? That's okay. That sounds a little weird for me to say, but, like, literally, like, I would love to have someone that's, like, 27 to 30. I'd like to date someone in that age range. As long as, yeah, emotional intelligence, like, financially stable, like, knows what they're doing, and not an asshole. Not house coming in as I'm saying that. But, like, it's different. Like, you're still in high school. Like, I want a man that's not gonna be like, oh, like, no. We're talking about, like, in terms of, like, dating and, like, relationship stuff, like, the whole, like, theatrics of it all, like, oh, I don't like you, oh, I've liked you for this amount of time, but I was scared to say it, and oh, blah, blah, like, shut up and just say it, you know what I mean? Like, what a waste of time. I'm very that person to be like, I will admit my feelings to you, I don't care, and then we can go on, and I will go next if you're not feeling it. Like, or the other way around. Like, if I'm not feeling it, then we go next. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. I made it myself. I rhinestoned it. I painted it. I sewed like a bunch of panels into this. So yeah. It was my costume from last year on Halloween, but I'm wearing it now. Yeah, the men in the chat right now are like, what? And I don't mean to put anybody down. Like, I don't mean to put, like, so-and-so or what. Like, obviously for me, they're, like, I'm not saying I'm the perfect person, obviously. And I'm also not saying that things need to go super fast either. I just think, like, at what point are you like, let's develop something? You know what I mean? Obviously, like, after the first week, I'm not gonna be like, let's date. But, like, after, like, 9 months, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, we can do something here. Like, let's not sit around. In that closet, I'll go back. Oh, I got a key. Well, how was I supposed to find that? That key was hidden. Yes, yes, Pump. You're so correct. That's another big thing. For me, I'm definitely afraid of rejection, but at what point are you like, let's take the leap of faith? Yes, exactly. No, you're so correct. I completely resonate with you. No, yeah, definitely, like, moving too fast is definitely a problem. I went through that more recently with someone, and then now we just don't talk anymore. Just like, oh. I think if you examine the fire escape key, it tells you where it is. Oh. Oh, it just did. There is a fire escape at the far west end of the second floor hallway. Maybe I can use it there. You should be happy. I wanna, like, I was gonna do a Ghostface look this year, but I haven't been able to go to a Halloween store, and I wanted it to be, like, right after I posted the Drew Barrymore look. So, if I were to do that, I would have to go, like, tomorrow. And, like, do that next stream, and then post that one before this one. So, kind of annoying. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, go into a novel about, like, relationships and stuff, but I think they're fun conversations to have. Okay, the way it says courtyard, you dumb bitch. Key to the door from the west side stairwell. I like that conversation stemmed from me saying that one of my managers is a silver fox and he's hot. Yeah, literally. Me thinking about Pyramid Head. If Pyramid Head took off his hat and it was my manager with a silver fox, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm in a phase, I think. We'll see where it goes. And Pyramid Head. We've been talking about boys the entire stream, so talking about men. I was busy thinking about boys. Boys. No, Navi, because every time I see someone do a ghost face look, they don't go for glamour. I don't want to say that in a rude way, but they go for the more, like, the whole lid is smoky, but the way you did, like, the cut crease, and, like, it was really, I love the way you did it. It was really creative. Let's talk about girls now. Oh, we absolutely can. Because I've dated girls, and I loved all my girlfriends. And honestly, if there was a girl out there that wanted to date me, and they were great to me, I would very much date them. I still would to this day. I say I'm gay, but, like, it's more of probably a pan thing. The last redacted I talked to. Oh yeah, absolutely. Pyramid Head is peak hot monster performance. Yeah, absolutely. I wish I was a pretty girl. I wish. Safety, look at us go. We're really out here. I mean, like, I don't know. It's just how I've been my entire life. Like, I'm not someone that's gonna be like. I mean, I'm obviously attracted to men a lot more than I'm attracted to women. But if there was a girl out there, like, if Cara Delevingne asked me to be her wife, I would say yes in a heartbeat. Like, there would be no way for me to say no. Like, why would I say no? If Kelly from WWE said she wanted me to be her husband, I would say yes. And I would pretend to be whatever she wanted me to be. No, because literally, that's my sister too. My sister is very attracted to all these basketball players. Like, she like thinks they're so like hot, but like she just dates girls. Like, and it's very that. Oh. What? I've just been single. No, I've been single now for 2 years, 3 years. And the way I was literally in a very, like, I was in a relationship for so long that I've just been like, okay. And I haven't even tried anything since. So I'm in that point of my life, and I feel like this comes for a lot of people. And it's like a very, like, I'm trying to find a way to word this. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Does anyone enjoy this conversation? Am I being insightful? Am I being educational? I'm in a point in my life that I'm like, if you want to be with me, you can be with me, but understand that I have work and I do drag and I do all these things. So you're not my first priority, but you are on my priority list. You know what I mean? Like, don't think that I'm gonna spend 3 days in a row sitting with you and making love to you for 3 days. I got shit to do, girl. But if you want to be in a relationship with me, sure. You know what I mean? Like, like, and I think that's very mature. That's a very mature mindset to have. That's why I want to date older men, because they probably are working 9 to 5s and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. But I've never really been with a lot of women or what my type is when it comes to ladies. I just know they intimidate me. No, I feel the same way. I definitely dated women when I was younger before I came out, and I've only dated men since, but like I said, if someone did want to date me, and yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that's exactly it, Red. That's exactly it, Red. I would love to know, like, it's very, if, like, I know you're there, and here's the thing. I've had issues in so many relationships, and a lot of guys, I fear, a lot of men struggle with the idea that, I don't know how to word this. Every day isn't gonna be your day. That's the best I can explain it. Like, not every day we're gonna see each other. Not every day we're gonna be this and that. But, like, you're in a relationship. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know how to, like, my brain is, like, pretty much fried. Like, the sound effect in the game right now is how my brain feels. But I just don't think people understand that, like, there are other things and we can still come home to each other and then, or still come around to each other. It doesn't have to be every day of the week. It doesn't have to be every day of the week. Like, I don't know. Obviously, we would still talk. It's not like I'm not talking to you. But I feel like Ava understands where I'm coming from. Because I think we've had a conversation about this. Like, yeah, like, oh, you didn't respond to my message. Or like, oh, you didn't text or you didn't call me today. Like, I'm sorry that I work. Or I'm sorry that I wanted a day to myself. You know what I mean? Yeah, but not like in a malicious way either. Like, you, like, the person in my relationship is part of my life, but like, at the end of the day, like, I have 2 jobs. I have 2 jobs, I have another personality, like, I do drag, like, you can be there, you can hold my hand, you can stay with it, I want you to support it, and I would support you in your goals and your dreams. But, okay, let me explain it like this. And this is where I'll try to explain it the best. I think people think the ideal relationship and like the idea of a relationship to everybody is we're moving in together, we're living with each other, we're talking every day, we're kissing every day, we're in love, we're doing everything every day. When in reality, for a lot of people from ages 20 and further, you have college, you have work, you have school, you have this, you have stuff, you have blah, you have that, and it's like, no, like, if you're mature enough to handle a relationship, you'll understand that people have things to do, you have your own thing, you can understand where the other person's coming from and be confident in yourself that if you're not seeing them every day and if you're not talking to them every day, you can still love them and appreciate them and you're in a relationship with them and things are happening, it's just you're not the earth. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I can't explain it to y'all. I can't. And like, listen, like, if you ask all my ex-boyfriends, I'm clingy as fuck. Like, I'll be like, why did you not respond to me for 3 days? And I know I'm not practicing what I preach, but like, those are my past relationships. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely am that person to be like, let's talk and text, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to like end this chapter so we can move on, but like, I feel like for me, I would like to do whatever I want to do, besides cheating, because I'm not that type of person. I would like to do what I want to do, and then come home at the end of the day after a long day of drag, art, going on walks, drinking Monster, eating McDonald's, streaming, all that stuff. I'd want to be able to do that, then come home to the person that I'm in a relationship with and they understand and they get it completely and they do not question a damn thing. They're there to love me, stand me, appreciate me, support me. Oh, you had a nice stream today. I was there. I gifted a couple subs. I love you so much, sweetie. Let's go to bed, honey. Done. What did you play today, honey? Were you on the front page of Twitch? I'm so proud of you. I mean, quite literally, like me and Jewel, but like in a reality, like if that was like me with another person, like in a relationship. You know what I mean? Some people turned the stream off. They said, Nem is a crazy bitch. What the fuck? I never want to date them. They're sick. What's that camera angle? Didn't like that. What is that noise that sounds like a... Am I being chased by Pyramid Head? Because it sounds like it. Why is the hallway wet? Hey. I mean, like, quite literally, I get up, I go to work, I stream, I do drag. If you want to date me and you're interested in me, then that's that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not actively searching. You know what I mean? It's important to focus on yourself. Oh. Is he naked? Oh, it's not Pyramid Head. What is that? What is that? Oh. Ew. Why did it growl like that? You're just two pairs of legs. The fuck? Yeah, I think, I mean, I will say, I found some great people on, like, Tinder and stuff. And, like, I mean, it never develops into anything, but I've definitely made some connections with people. Fuck. Okay, this bug's gotta go. Yeah. I also hate that, like, body shaming is still a thing. Like, all bodies are beautiful. Like, shut the fuck up. People are so annoying. When you go into room 109, there's a pretty triggering cutscene. Noted. I will turn off the screen. Is that where we're supposed to go next, Kennedy? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I apologize for what I said during that pyramid head cutscene because I thought it was not a. I thought he was not doing that. I thought it was a sex doll, and I also thought he was just throwing it around and doing whatever with it. Where is room 109? What? You just said come back here. Oh no, Kennedy did, sorry. I'm confused. Where are we going? What? No, we went to 109. Oh, that's 209. My bad. There is no apartment 109 though. Am I crazy? The entire stream I've been tasting blood in my mouth. I don't know what it is. Okay, I'm gonna... Is this it? Okay. I'm just making sure that I'm ready to take the screen off. Probably not. Probably not hydrated. I say that covered in blood, like literally covered in blood. I've had quite enough of these bugs. Stop! Okay. I do have to posit the question, and I don't know if I want to have the discussion on stream, but like, Pyramid Head's kind of problematic. Why have we never... Why is this not discussed? Well, like, I didn't know. There's gonna what? Thank you, Bev Bestie. I mean, I'm taking it off the screen. I didn't know. I've never played these games. But, like, I know people that know the games and they still are like, woo, ah, with Pyramid Head. You know what I mean? Like, I literally had no idea. I also had no idea that was in this game. I just thought he went on a killing spree. Okay, what apartment is this? Oh. I guess. I mean, I guess that's kind of what it is. So, I would have never known if we didn't play this. Like, I almost didn't play this tonight. And I would have never known. You know what I mean? I also would have never known if it wasn't said in the chat. Because I didn't think that's what he was doing. Okay. Okay. I'm muting it and... This is horrible to hear. I hate it. What is this? Ew! Ew. I'm sorry. Well, yeah. I mean, definitely did not, like... I don't really know how to explain it or talk about it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's already touchy enough. That wasn't too bad. It was just throw up. I just had to get that cutscene. Was that it? Excuse me. Not me doing that after that cutscene, but you know, moving on. It was the cutscene I had to shove away or like hide was just some guy puking in a toilet and like talking about the monsters here. So I mean, it was pretty gross. The noises were horrible. I did not like that. Oh my god! Excuse me while I do some stretches. Everybody get up, let's stretch. Everybody now, stretch. Obviously, we're not going to be able to finish this game in one stream. Just putting that out there. The reason I was rushing Obscure and, what other game did we play? Soundmind. Oh, and Saw. Is because the games are described to be able to beat in one stream. So, we were pretty close on Saw, we were pretty close on In Soundmind. But they were both getting ridiculous with the puzzles. Sock on D's nuts. Let's see if my soundboard works. If it doesn't and my stream ends, you know why. Okay, it's not even... Okay, it's not working. A lot of my stuff isn't working. I love it. So cool. Love probably gonna be broke in a couple weeks because everything is breaking. So true. For no reason, too. Like, literally, I like did a reset of my computer yesterday because, like, for whatever reason, everything has been breaking. Like, why? Of ridiculous puzzles. Yeah, but I'm not looking to beat this in one sitting, you know what I mean? It definitely feels like it. It definitely feels like it. Yeah, buy an Udi. Get an Udi now with code Nemesis at checkout for $30 off. I mean, buy one, Seriously, I don't mean to be like that person, but literally buy one for the winter. My winters are gonna be so lit because I have an Udi. I have 3. I'm gonna be so warm and snuggled up and like so comfy cozy. Like, you need to get one. They're so comfy. Oh my god, wait, yeah, there is a hospital with the nurses. No, yeah, please help. No, you're not being annoying at all. I definitely look for help when I play games. Because, like, I think I'm good at video games, but, like, games like this that the puzzles are, like, you would, hypothetically, if you were in my position playing this for the first time when you were little, like, say you were playing this when you were, like, 10 years old, 11 years old, for the first time when it came out, you would look up a tutorial, I fear. So, I feel like there are some puzzles that you just can't do by yourself. They're hard. They're hard puzzles. I have to go to the pool? Fuck. I'm gonna lean back. I'm not gonna look very beautiful leaning back, but we're gonna... My back really hurts. I'm gonna sit like this. Oh my god, that feels so good on my back. Woo! Well, you know when you have a good stretch. Oof. Feels so good. Oopie. Oopie. Oh! Oh, fucking baby carriage. That's how I take care of a baby. Duh. Gunshot. I'm so sorry. After that day I had at work the other day, I can't. Just thinking of kids makes me want to, like, pull my hair out. Literally, like, imagine... I want to set the scene. Can I pause? Can we set the scene? You're at the register, right? And you're sitting there typing on the computer doing your manager duties, trying not to be up... Like, please leave me alone, children. Trying to do some things before we close tonight. The kids are there. We close at 9 o'clock. They're there from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock. We close at 9 o'clock. So they're making a mess an hour before, and we have to clean the entire arcade, especially with COVID duties. They come up to the counter. Excuse me, sir! 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 How many tickets do I have? Sir! How many tickets do I have? Sir! How many tickets do I have tickets? What can I use my tickets for? Sir! 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 How many tickets can I... Sir, excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? Excuse me? Shut the fuck... 30 kids doing that to me. 30 of them. For like 4 hours. The thing that gets me every time... No, not even just kids, but like all age ranges. When people come into arcades and they're like, oh, so what do we do with these? And they give us like the cards or the tickets. They're like, so what can we get with 20 tickets? Look around! What do you mean, what can I get? Look, use your eyes. I'm not gonna narrate. Oh, we have some nice Smarties here. We have some Tootsie Rolls. We have a gun dart blaster back there for you. We have a snake. We have a slinky. We have an eraser. We have some markers. We have an art set. I'm not gonna sit here and do that for you, Karen. You can figure out what the fuck you want with your 20 goddamn tickets. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you tell I hate working in an arcade? I don't hate it, but like I love my job. Like I love being a manager in an arcade, but Jesus Christ, the people really just lose every sense of reality when they go into an arcade. No, we're not. Literally, you would pull your hair out working a shift. Okay, but like, yeah, there's definitely dumb people in retail, but like, if you come into an arcade, I think they lose all their manners. Like, I'll be over at the counter, and someone will be playing a fucking machine, and they'll snap at me, and they'll be like, over here, come fix this. Fuck you. What the fuck do I look like? Don't answer that. Do you have coffee? I don't like the snapping, the pointing, the do this. Literally, fuck you. I don't care who you are. You could be Celine Dion holding all of her awards in front of me, and I'd be like, you can go fuck yourself. I'm not doing this for you. Where am I? What the fuck? Hi, Toaster. How you doing? Where the fuck am I right now? Oh. About that. I really hope you're doing okay. Thanks for coming in today. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Thank you, Geriachi. I'm burping so much. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the customer is always right policy needs to, like, we need to pretend it never existed. It never was right. The customer is never right. I mean, that's a lie, but like, a majority of the time, they're just trying to manipulate you. I just work here. Like, yeah, like I do my, I work here every goddamn day. What do you mean? What do you mean something is not correct? I want to throw a drink in someone's face if they're rude to me. I want to get that on video. The next person that's rude to me, I want to just throw a drink in their face. Like in Squid Game when the girl throws the hot drink in his face. I want that to be me. Literally act a fool. I hate the teenagers that come in and just like wreak havoc to wreak havoc. You know what I mean? Like those rebellious kids that like just try to be like, they try to ruin everything. I'm like, I can't wait for you to get a job and then I come into your job and ruin your life. So it wants me to go upstairs. Excuse me. My God, please. have to go upstairs. The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. Huh. Wait, it's in this room then. Right? What is this? Well, I don't know where I'm going. I think I needed that little... Wait, why do we have to go back to 109? I don't like that noise. I feel like Pyramid Head's around. Wait, what? Why is the... What was that? Oh, handgun ammo?
Oh, it's you.
Why are you in here?
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
You afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say?
Sorry, the way she said that.
How do you know that?
What did you say?
I just figured, because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
How would I know?
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
Me.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry.
Wait, really?
Did you find
She
the
looks like
person you're looking
37.
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
for? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why. I
Literally,
think she's
exactly.
here.
She's dead?
Rucius is dead!
I'm not
Oh no,
crazy.
Rucius just wants me to give him head.
I don't think so.
I mean, she does not look 19. She looks literally
I gotta find my
37.
mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself.
Yeah, if they made her shorter with different hair, maybe like a headband in the hair or something.
What
Oh,
about
very me.
that?
Will you hold it for me?
What if she was like, you hold it for me and chucked it at him?
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do.
Okay. Whoa!
I'd be bad. Please don't.
Why'd she yell like that and then put the knife on the table just like, I'll leave this here. Thank ya. Okay, I want this mirror in my room. Jesus. Nice ass mirror. Wait, the key is in this room. I forgot. A strong ass mirror. Hey. Dun, 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 dun. His eye does track to objects. Okay. Oh, there's something in the middle of the room. Oh, that's the little girl that pushed the key. What are you looking at now? What are you looking at, you freak? He snaps his neck. Oh. Sorry, the way he's standing. The way someone at work the other day said that they knew I was gay the moment I started working the job because I walked gay. I was like, oh. Said, this is definitely fruity. It's like, oh, okay. You and I walk gay. So true. Is it 105? I think it's 105. Oh no, I definitely do walk gay. I wasn't saying I don't. Oh my god. To the right is the lady, to the left is the old one. In the center crawls the other. Now just 2 spaces remain, but fear not for now. The puzzle is done. The puzzle is done. What? Oh my god, we have to find all these coins. We have to find 2 more coins. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I should have looked at which coin this is. Look. Let me read it again. I want to try to figure it out. To the right is the lady, to the left is the old one. In the center crawls the other. Now just 2 spaces remain, but fear not now. The puzzle is done. Sorry, I keep forgetting. The left is the lady, right? No, the right is the lady. Oh my god, I didn't mean to press it again. Fuck. Listen, hey, I did easy mode because if we're doing a medium puzzle, we're gonna be here for hours. Snake. How do the puzzles differ if they're different difficulties? Do they change drastically? Oh, fuck that. Yeah, I'll take this one. Oh my god. Knowledge of the Bible? The fuck? What is that noise? Is that Pyramid Head? That, like, music? Am I wrong? Not a single toe. Not read the Bible. I'll pass on that one. What is that? Stop. I don't like it. I don't like the whispering. Stop. I don't like that. That sends shivers down my spine. He sounded right behind me. Did y'all hear that or am I crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. God. I mean, we're not doing bad tonight. We're doing good. Miss Vanjie. Okay. Okay. What other games make you know the Bible? Like, literally, I'd be like, okay, like, I'm done. Oh, we have to go to the staircase again. The stair what? You're right. You're right. I remember that. I did play that. I didn't play it on stream. I played it, it was the only thing me and my stepsister ever bonded over, and we still hate each other, so it was worth the try. No, stop. I hate Shakespeare. I used to have breakdowns in English class about Shakespeare. Like, why are you speaking like that? Stop. Like, I don't understand a word. Like, I would literally cry my eyes out because I was like, what does he mean, doth art thou in the butto? Like, I don't get it. It would make me, like, spiral. So where are we going? This says pockets? Wait, serve. Yeah, literally. Literally in high school, it's like only like 3 subjects. It's literally like World War II, 9/11, Shakespeare, then the 3 books of Mice and Men, Lord of the Flies, and some other fucking book. And you have to like read all of them, and that's it, and talk about those 3 subjects and nothing else. And that's why I hated school, because it was like just same shit for like 10 years, and I'm like, God, shut up. Yeah, I had to take a Greek mythology class online, and that's why my drag name is Nemesis, because it's a Greek goddess. Yeah. I'm just taking a minute to stretch. Your serve. I can't believe you take AP stuff. You are so smart, bestie. Meanwhile, me here talking about Pyramid Head's dick and not knowing how to make a sentence. I never took an AP class. I never took an honors class either. I was never about that. I can't believe y'all take those classes. I can't believe y'all are like it's hard for me to like understand how, like, I get how people are smarter, but I just like, I would never know how my life would be if I was smarter. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to have someone else's brain. Because, like, my brain looks like this. Like, I just, like, I can't fathom the intelligence that some people have. It's, like, really, like, interesting to me to, like, think of, I guess. Mine is smooth. No, but like like not school smart. Like some people are school smart, some people aren't. I'm not. No. Stretch. It's hard being so smart and handsome like me. Bye. It's so hard. AP's schools and shit. Yeah, I don't get it either. Schoolwork. A stream that I do was what if I did a stream that I did like schoolwork? And like we did like are you smarter than Nemesis? We should, that'd be fun. Like are you smarter than a 5th grader but Nemesis edition? That'd be funny. Ted, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Woo! Please, not Baldy. I start twitching. That was scary. They have a lot of Baldy games. Like, there's a lot of them. It's due in 12 hours? No. I could not. If you wanted an F, I could. Well, I did. So, not to flex or anything, but my last year of high school, I did get honor roll, and that was my highest achievement in school. Was getting A's and B's. That was my peak. I was like, I got A's and B's. Woo! That's all I wanted. And that never happened to like freshman year and a junior year. I didn't do anything. Then senior year, I was like, I got A's and B's. So that's the highest. Oh, that's the highest I'll ever be. Well, I've been high since then. Yes, God. But you know what I mean. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get I'm not a monster. I'm gonna get an energy drink. Nope. I'm gonna get a vitamin water in a second. I can't. Like, even talking about school is, like, sending me into a spiral. I'm so sorry for starting this conversation. Like, schoolwork just stresses me out. Like, I'm, like, thinking right now, like, what if I had to do schoolwork right now? What would I do? I'd probably cry. Work. It's on the second floor. Not you just being like, going to Vegas, woo! Oh, you're blocked. Fuck, I keep hitting the wrong button. No, like, literally me too. Like, I have dreams that I'm like, I'm failing school. Scary shit. It's not on the second floor, I don't think. You said there should be a key, like a key thing on the map? Oh, my bad. At the very top, the solid line. Next to 208. Work. Where are we now? Okay, wait. Let me get this vitamin water. I'm sorry I keep yawning in front of y'all. Let me fix that. Oh, I just hit my head. Boo! My corkboard just went up my butt. When I bent over it, I just felt that go into my ass. I'm stretching. Yes, I'm wearing pants underneath this. And what about it? Speaking of dreams, do y'all have those dreams or nightmares that you have about being naked or naked in front of everyone? Oh. No, I do. No, because I'm not really. My nightmares are more like crazy, like insane. Like mine are like, my family is dead and I have the knife. And I can't stop myself. But I don't know why. My nightmares are terrifying. I'll wake up crying and covered in sweat. I don't know why. And the only way I'll have nightmares is when, you know what I look like right now? I look like the lady from Powerpuff Girls that like you can never see her head. That's me right now. But anyways, my nightmares only happen when I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck. My nightmares only happen when my TV stops playing my rain noises stop or my fan turns off. Like if white noise stops happening, I start to go into nightmares. Like immediately it'll like my dream will go into a nightmare state. What, Ava Bestie? Yeah, I'll send a text. I'll do that for you, honey. Yeah, mine are demonic too, Ghosty. Yeah, me too. Wait, let's read some of my nightmares. I have them on my phone. I write them down sometimes. Let's go through. Let's review. I have some. Dream 9-4. Oh my god, this is the one I have with House. Dream 9-4. We were in a Walgreens and we were having a conversation about wanting to move to the city. Then this gentleman in front of us decided to chime into our conversation. He was really nice to us and we were really kicking it with him. Eventually, we kept talking and didn't even think to ask of each other's names. When we kept talking, we were walking through the city and exploring different buildings, wanting to move there. Not with him, like me and House. With each other and our friends. So when we asked for his name, he lied to us about what his name was and told them he actually had a twin, and he introduced him to us. They were really nice to us, and we really wanted to pursue them, like date them. Like the first day we meet them, we want to date them, whatever. Anyways. After that, when they revealed their fake names because they lied to us, we attend a weird lecture about the world and what's in it. It says question mark. I don't know where this starts spiraling. So when the person... So at this lecture, when this person ends the lecture, he goes crazy and starts talking about the world ending and starts demonstrating that there is a virus going around the world and it's similar to the Resident Evil serum. We're okay. This has gone so far. He injects this one girl with the serum and she starts mutating into this weird bat-like bug creature. Us and the twins take her down, and then we take the guy down that started the lecture and injected the girl. Everybody finds out that they have the same form of serum inside them and they all go crazy around the building. We think that this man was lying, using this to create mass hysteria. So the four of us decide to leave. It's really late at night and we begin to walk the streets. But for whatever reason, there isn't just the bat-like bug mutation. There is a zombie apocalypse. So when we go back inside and prepare for the materials we need to travel with so the zombies don't get us and the bug-like back creatures do not get us. I have no idea why, but you need to use a blunt object like a bat and be really quiet to take a zombie down, and you need to use fire or bug spray to kill the bat-like bug creatures. No idea why, it's just how it works in the stream. We receive a letter from an unknown source telling us there is a different location and they have prepared for us to travel to them. We still don't know why the twins lied to us about their names, and someone is dying outside the premises. And that's when I woke up. Great storytelling from me. Literally, look how long that is. Jesus. I have another dream, hold on. Yeah, this is my nurse's backstory. I'm telling y'all, my dreams get crazy when I don't have my noisemaker on. I have more dreams. Hold on, let me search the word dream. This one is weird. This is just random things. Nightmare. Serial killer at casino. Hired men to look alike. Silly games. 4 different guys spell out one word. Bathroom puzzle to let us survive. Man fucks up the puzzle so we all die. Couldn't figure out. Jigsaw basically. Okay. I definitely have more, but I've removed them, I guess. What? Please never turn your noisemaker off. Oh my god, I'm right here! Not still there. Fuck you, I was telling a story, PS Now. Yeah, I try not to remember some dreams too. Some of them are bad. What the fuck? Expiring writer, please. Not expiring. Don't say that. Honestly, some of my worst... Okay. Thank you, Pyramid Head. Yeah. Where are you going? What are you doing? Jesus. Where is he going? Hello? Okay. So let me go down here. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Where am I? I'm walking into a wall. No, I didn't do anything. Guys, stop. I'm just playing on easy mode. Thank you, Gundam. I'm playing on easy mode because we will literally die and I will get frustrated if I don't play on easy mode. Give me some slack here. I also have a nice big lash on and I have no glasses on. I'm gonna sit on this cone. Sorry. I'm like literally playing on PS Now. I'm not even lying to you. Look. This is not, I'm not glitching it. Was that the boss fight? That was the boss fight. So true. Yes, easy mode. Fuck it up. I'd be like, girl, shut up.
You!
Oh!
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Maybe I did.
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait!
Oh!
How do you know Mary's name?
Push her grandmother down. I'll do it. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Where are we going? Me too. I like when Katja says, we can just refer to the kids off screen. Like, Blazing Fire, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. The way I shot Pyramid Head like twice and then he just like went, I'm out of here.
Mary?
Oh, girl boss, this skirt? Yes, choker.
No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No,
this is me.
my late wife.
This is me.
I can't believe it.
This is me
You
down.
could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just
This is
your
literally
hair
me in the
and
bob.
Clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
The way I could do a cosplay of her next time we play this.
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here?
I love the skirt, the cheetah print skirt.
Have
You
you
know
seen
I'd
it?
wear this outfit top to bottom.
this your only special place?
Oh. Was he naked? What was that?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lake
Booty
View
dreamy,
Hotel?
wasted teeny.
Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't
Is she in Dead by Daylight? Is she the blonde one with the pink shirt?
It's not that way. It's this
Blonde
way.
Bob?
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but
With all these monsters around?
no, I just...
They need to put her in Dead by Daylight. Come on now.
Alone here.
I'd buy her so fast.
I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
The tattoo?
ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, yeah, fine. I don't have a sweater like that though. I have the red blazer, but I don't have a burgundy shirt. I have a red poncho. Like a little throw over. I don't have anything like that. Maybe if I go out with my sister this weekend. Hopefully I can, because there's some looks I want to do. What is going on? Why am I moving so fast? I think the game's broken. I'm moving so fast. Arson Nikki! Sorry, I almost just burped. I mean, I did burp, but it was almost very aggressive. Hi, babe. You know what I think about a lot? I think about how I found out your name was a pun, like years after we met. I think about that a lot. Hi, babe. We have to plan something. I know our plans fell through, but we have to plan something soon. I love you so much. Anybody from me, please follow Arson Nikki. I love them so much. Please, please, please follow them. So where are we going now? What's the goal? Oh my god. They're moaning. Literally me, like, I knew Arson for I was just referring to them as Arson, and I was like, wait, it's not just the last name? Yeah. They told me and it blew my mind. I hope your stream was amazing. I hope you're having an amazing night. Thank you all so much for coming in. We're playing Silent Hill 2 for the first time. Having some fun, just chilling out. Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. I rhinestoned it. I sewed the sleeves on it. I painted it last year for Halloween, but tonight's makeup didn't turn out the way I wanted it to, and I had another look planned, so it's like, let me throw this on, this old costume. Hi, Ivy. Hi, Uncle. Hi, Crochet. Arsenic. Like arsenic. For anyone that didn't understand the pun. I know, that was me when I found out too. I was like, oh! I'm dumb. Me exposing Arseniki right now. Like, yes, it's a pun name. Oh, thank you, Arson. I love you so much. You have no idea. Like, I just, every word that comes out of my mouth when I describe you, it's like, just great things, seriously. I loved your stream with you the other day. I was lurking the entire time. It was so refreshing to like just listen to. It felt like a podcast, and I love listening to shit like that. You know I do. Oh, this is a whole new area, huh? I would say so, yeah. There are, I don't know if you know this, Arsenicky. I don't want to put you through this, but there's a lot of triggers in this game. And I didn't know it was very touchy. And I've been a big fan of Silent Hill, but I didn't know it was this, like, it's pretty bad. In terms of, like, the content it has. It's pretty, like, really touchy. Yeah. And I didn't know that. I mean, like, I knew it was, like, yeah. Yeah, definitely. It definitely holds its... It doesn't age very well, I fear. I feel like some things could have gotten across without showing them, like they have been. And I am unfortunately rebroadcasting it, but, you know, here we are. Yeah! Yeah! I just didn't know. Like, y'all, I literally just wanted to play this like it was meant to be played. Like, I did not know it was this. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, ooh, Silent Hill! Yeah, let's do it for Halloween! Ooh, spooky! Yeah. And it's like, Pyramid Head is doing inappropriate things and someone's throwing up in a toilet, and then apparently more things are coming, and I'm like, dear God. Oh yeah. I mean, Haunting Grounds was a ride as well. I did enjoy Haunting Grounds, though. I mean, I don't think we should completely, like, erase it, you know what I mean? Like, it's obviously a game, and it's dark, but I think maybe things could have gone a different way, but, you know, it's actually, like, a piece of history. Like, it's one of the... these games are, like, iconic, you know what I mean? Yeah. Miss Maria is giving. I'm obsessed. Mystery Society. No, I think it's spooky. I think it's I think it's scary. Did you just see what I just saw? Yeah, it's scary. A ragdoll jumps over the fence and lands in front of me. Yes. That's a good way to put it, Arsenicky. Oh yeah, I get it. I think it prompts maturity, and it prompts not like how you handle the situations and how we can address them. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously we shouldn't just be like, no, you know what I mean? Oh, sorry. I will say I did not handle the first situation well because I did not know it was happening, but we live and learn, and we grow from it. Oh my. Dead bodies. Yeah, like I kind of wanted to play I feel like this year for Halloween, not that we have a theme going, but like for 13 streams of Halloween, it's kind of the year, or my year, of like retro games. Like very fixed camera games, third person games like the original Resident Evils, Obscure, like all those games back in the day. Haunting Grounds, stuff like that. I feel like that's been my year this year summarized. Because these games are hard, but I do enjoy them. They're really fun. Excuse me. And I mean, part of the reason why I love them so much is because when I was a kid, I don't know if I've ever discussed this on the stream, but when I was a kid, up until I was maybe 14 or 15 years old, I didn't know I really loved horror. Like, I was very against it. Like, I never watched horror movies. I never watched anything scary. Like, I was always behind the couch at my cousin's house when scary stuff came on. Like, I was never about it. So, like, games like these, I never played as a kid because I was so afraid of them. Like, I was so scared. So I was really missing, like, an entire era of games. Like, I was very scared when I was a kid. I would never watch a zombie movie. I would never watch, like, parodies with stuff in, like all that stuff. I would never watch any of it. I was too scared. I was, like, deathly afraid of anything scary for, like, a majority of my life. So all these games really just went under the carpet for me because I wasn't really playing scary games. Until I found my passion for, like, SFX and stuff like that in my, like, 17, 18, 19 years old. I mean, my dad did give me a copy of Bikini Zombie Slayers when I was like 11. So, probably my trans awakening, honestly. I mean, yeah, my dad was so into horror, but I was just, like, so scared of it. Like, I was a mama's boy when I was growing up. Like, I was very scared, and I would be like, Mom, can I just have dinosaur chicken nuggets and, like, watch Teen Titans? But then again, back in the day, I didn't know Teen Titans was very dark. Like, if you rewatch it, it's scary. Teen Titans is scary. So is Billy and Mandy, kind of.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
Oh!
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
I hate bowling. Me. Just kidding, I love bowling. Bowling's fun. I gotta use the restroom. My mom was very overprotective of me as a kid, so I wasn't allowed to watch anything violent until I mean, like, kind of same-ish. I came to slay. Maria came to serve. She's eating it up. For a second, I had, like, a bit of, like, a meltdown because I was like, wait, how am I going to upload this video to YouTube? Because in their agreement, you're not supposed to post anything that's, like gory or bloody and stuff in the thumbnails. And I was like, wait, SFX channels exist on YouTube. What the fuck? So, like, I'll be fine. No, I meant like my... Yeah, literally. My Stuart Little video got flagged for criminal activity. I want to play those games again, though. When I rewatched Stuart Little, so good. What a good movie. Gina Davis, stunning. Yeah, right? And also, like, you put your fingies in the bowling ball and no one cleans the inside of the bowling ball, and then you eat with the same fingies. Ugh. I haven't been bowling since COVID, so... But it used to be, like, our family outing. Yeah, clean your holes. Ooh, pizza!
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Oh.
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
Ah!
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
So rude!
I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me.
The way she was so out of pocket. You're just a gutless fatso! Oh! What the fuck?
Did you find the lady you were looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Hey everyone, I'm here. Oh. Ooh, I want pizza.
Eddie?
Oh. You're...
James. We
Oh yeah, the
met
sound
in
is
the
great.
Apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
What?
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Oh, the bowling ball.
Bye-bye.
Oh!
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura.
The way he was just throwing up and he's like, pizza!
Said,
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
she said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Oh, rude.
Get you.
Forget you. Ooh, ooh, ooh! The thing in my pocket, when you know, but not when I forget you when you forget. Remember that? That was on the radio every day. Like, literally every day of my life. Oh, the
Did
heels
little girl
clacking.
Oh,
run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
I think it's CeeLo Green. Right? It's F you or something, but the censored version is Forget You. It was that and the Lazy Song or something by Bruno Mars, like every day of my life. It's like, stop. The grip that song had in so many people.
She went through there.
What? Oh. There's no way she did.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
I really thought she was gonna bend over. Be like, right here?
It's no good. It's locked.
Sorry. It's not funny. The way she did that. She's like, yeah. And what about it? Maria Girl Boss, I think. I fear? I know. Ooh, this music. Oh, I danced a little bit. Okay. Oh. Paradise. Oh. I see that sign everywhere. That's where this is from? That sign? This is where that sign's from? I'm gagged. I see that sign everywhere. Like in every, like... I see that in like Gary's mod. I see it in like Left 4 Dead. Like all the DLC, like workshop games. I see that everywhere. I can't believe that's where it's from. I'm gagged. That's such a little detail that I'm like, wow. Strip club! I get on the pole. I dance. Gas strip club. Where'd Maria go? Okay. Oh, what? How is she? Okay. Me and Steele want to do pole dancing classes when we get a place. When the Nemesis Network house becomes a reality.
Over there!
Sorry. Oh, this is the hospital! We made it to the hospital, y'all. And I'm dressed perfect for the occasion. I bat my eyelashes. Let me get comfy. I love sitting crisscross applesauce until my legs fall off. Wait, did that rhyme? Okay, bars. True, Lisa? I know, Lisa. Well, when she dies, right? Me too. My phone was so hot yesterday. I was like, Jesus. Jack Davis, he has attempted suicide 3 times in the past. Wait. Oh. I thought they said he's died 3 times. I'm like, how do you die 3 times? Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern in sudden violence, suicide, whatever. His illness, this is Joseph, his illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. Symptoms suggest psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua. History of hospitalization, of numerous assaults, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. Right? Can I save? There's literally the save thing right there. Can I? Perfect. Why did she just teleport everywhere? I stand there. All right. I wanted to play Fatal Frame this year, but they look really hard. Like, these are okay, but like the Fatal Frame games look really hard for me to play. Do you think I would struggle with it? I feel like I would struggle with it. Yeah, right? Oh, that was our first nurse. Oh my god. Let's calm down, girl boss. She kind of caked up. Look at her. A hospital is probably the hardest part of this entire game. Why is it the hardest? Oh, is there really? I would like to finish the hospital before I end stream today. I can't get a good shot of the nurses. I want to get a picture. Like, I want to, like, show the stream. Designed it with the intention of forcing the player to confront things that scared them in the face. God. I kind of like that, but that's like, I feel like I would have a tough time with it. I wouldn't mind trying it. I'm willing to try, but I don't know if I would be able to commit to, like, me playing it multiple times. What is that noise? Yes! I love the nurses. Look at her. I love her so much. Look, they don't move when you're not walking. God, I love nurses. Like, they're so cool. Me dressed as a nurse right now. Hey! So, Fatal Frame is the taking the picture of the ghost game? Yes, 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 yes. No, that is... There's a game that's similar. Called... It's a very similar game. I don't remember what it was. Yes, that's the original Ghost Picture game. Thank you. Maria just watching. She said, okay. Where do we get a shotgun? I mean, but like this has an easy difficult. Like this has, I'm playing on beginner difficulty. Like I feel like this is a lot. This is a cakewalk. I'm here for the experience, not for gameplay. You know what I mean? This is also the first ever Silent Hill game I've ever played, so I think the beginner difficulty is warranted. I really do not remember the name, Marshall, but I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember it. Hi, John. No, I'm actually playing on hard mode, and I'm just such a girl boss that I insta-killed the boss, so I don't want to hear it. I'm just a girl boss, so watch out, because if you mess with me, it's an insta-death. Just saying. Or just, like, teleporting into the rooms, just standing there. I stand there. Stares at you. This game's good, John, but as I said to, like, Arseniki and other people asking how it is, I didn't realize this game is pretty dark. Some things in it are pretty triggering. Some things are pretty touchy. Like, I did not expect it to be that way. This is my first ever Silent Hill game I've ever played. I've only seen the movies. I've only seen pictures. I know the references. I know everything about them, but I didn't know the severity and, like, the little things about the game. You know what I mean? Oh, really? We'll have to try it. We'll have to try it. Yeah, I'll have to fill you in. I mean, I could just tell you that Pyramid Head does inappropriate things to people without consent. So... yeah. And that's not even, that's the tip of the iceberg, I guess. There's apparently more stuff, but, you know. Okay, I don't think I'm going the right way. I think I'm done here. I think I've gotten everything. All these rooms. M6, M1, M2, M3, M4, M1, M blah, 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 blah. Dread Out! Yes, Gray. Thank you. Thank you. The one where the girl slaps the other one. They're playing patty cake, and then she goes, smack! It's so funny. But Fatal Frame is the original ghost camera game. Fatal Frame says that? I believe so. The dead bodies of the nurses on the ground. Like, are they not gonna disappear, or... They're just laying there. I lied, they're dead. There's nothing in this room, he's not looking. Wait. Sorry. Oh my god. What the hell? You did! You're so generous. Oh my god. Lapis eye key? Huh. Lapis lazuli. Bottom of the sea. Lapis lazuli. No worries. What did you carve into a pumpkin? Like, what was the shape? What was the face? I never carved a pumpkin before. I've only done the Easter egg thing. Plain white paper. Cool. I love that. So cute. I wish this was obscure so I could just tap a button and he's like, there's nothing left for us to do in here. That was so helpful. Jesus. Woo! I am tired today. I don't know what it is. I slept, like, I feel like I overslept. I definitely slept a while. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna start getting into drag at 2 o'clock. Okay, well, let's steer away from that conversation in my chat. Time and place, time and place. What the fuck? Hello? What was that? Why was her music so loud? I thought it was her and Pyramid Head. This. I guess. Maria, for now. She's kind of a girl. I want to do a cosplay of her. Pretty. I'm pretty. Oh my god, I'm so oh my god, I'm so sorry. Okay. My god. Everything locked. What? Why did it revive? What? Okay. Quite the scandal, really. Oh my fucking head. Ah. Maria, sorry, we have to go this way. My cousin-in-law, really? If there is an all-winter season and Jinx is on it, I will be Team Jinx, I fear. I will be. Yeah. Oh. It better not be from a certain season I'm thinking of. No, not that one. No, I think it's happening. With the way Jada disappeared from social media, and they're like on Twitter like every day, it's definitely happening. They did, yeah. I'm on 5. God. Oh my fucking head. Oh, that's not... You made it seem like it was terrible. That's fine, John. The fact that she... Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. I love Violet. Unapologetic biatch. No, I love them. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, me too. Yeah, this is a lot. I'll be your gummy beer. No, it is. It is. I like ginger minge. Fuck. What? I'm gonna wear this so you can't see me yawn. Where do I go? What do you mean you haven't seen it, bestie? Yeah, that was dark-sided. No one moved. Oh! There's a garden? Why is there a giant garden in the hospital? The fuck? It was Pearl in the top 3. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the solution is. Where is the solution? The way the fake blood is peeling off my face. Yeah, code is kick the door down. I agree. I agree. And you should say it. Oh, wow. She's really moaning. There's another examination room. Are you kidding? Why is everyone blocked? Oh my fucking fuck. I'm gonna go back upstairs. Excuse me. Hair websites? For what? Are you gonna buy me a wig too? Bag, heels, now a wig. You're so generous to me. Pib! 2 streams in a row with the raid! I love Pib! Pib, 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 Pib! Rating with 117. Pib, quickly! What's Konami code? Just kidding. I know your tits are sweating. Big, bountiful breasts. Everybody coming in. Hello! We're playing Silent Hill for the first time ever. Playing it on PS Now. Hi, Pibby. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Rio. Hi, Wandering. Hi, everybody coming in. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Yeah, so I was saying earlier, like, when I was, like, growing up, I was, like, deathly afraid of, like, everything horror-related, so I really missed out on all these, like, games, like, Haunting Grounds, Obscure, this game, the old Resident Evils. Like, I was really scared of horror, and look at me now. So, I've been trying to, like, catch up on, like, these, like, really, like, good games that I just didn't get to have in my childhood. They existed, but I was too afraid to play them. Thank you so much for the raid again, babe. I really appreciate it. I hope you had an amazing stream. Everybody, please follow Pib. They are an amazing retro streamer as well. We have kind of the same schedule, so if I'm not live or Pib's not live, the other one is, or we're doing something, and oh my god. And I love them so much. Thank you for the raid. I'm being attacked. No, like, literally, like, I love these games. Like, this year has been the era of, like, me enjoying these, like, fixed camera games and really enjoying them. You know what I mean? Hi, Faye. Welcome in. Horror Hog, thank you for the follow. Welcome both of you. I just sounded like Kasha Davis. Well, welcome you. We're in the hospital section of the game. There are some of the nurses, the iconic Silent Hill nurses. My look wasn't planned to match them, but I have done a Silent Hill nurse look before. I wish I could bring it back. Here, we need to be here. We need to be here. Was that a sexy poster on a locker? That's a sexy lady on one of the lockers. That's me. Is there another one? Oh my god, there's another one. There's Pib behind there. Do you see that? The brown hair, big titty. It's me and Pib on these lockers. This one's blonde, this one has brown hair. So true. What did I just pick up? Oh, okay, we got it. Okay, this way. This way. I think I went the wrong room. Did. Nope, I didn't. Yes, I did. I get very lost in these games, y'all. Like, my chat has definitely needed to help me, but we're having a good time. Thanks for the follow, T. Welcome in. Oh, yeah. I've been... Well, like, we played Obscure last stream, and I never played that game before, and, like, one of the characters you can use is literally, like, you press a button and he tells you if the room is clear. In this game, the strat is to, like, notice James's head to see if it's looking at anything. See, auto-detects items. I'm enjoying it. I'm no rush to finish it, cause, like, that's when it gets, like, kind of crappy. So I think we'll finish it in a couple streams. People want me to play Fatal Frame really bad. We were talking about it earlier. I just feel like I would get stuck. I'm not very smart, so the puzzles would be hard for me. Puppy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. What did we just do? Oh, we're in the bathroom. What? This isn't a bathroom. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, he's looking. He's looking. He's giving eyes. Do not store drugs. Oh, that reminds me. My sister bought a mini fridge to go to college. I'm gonna ask her if I can just buy it off of her. I want to keep it right here in the studio, so right next to me I can put some drinks. Jamie, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Oh, unlocked. Lock it, lock it. Where do we get this shotgun? We keep getting shotgun shells. I want it. Literally, it would be full of monsters. I'm not even lying. I mean, you got me there. You really did. She literally just scared me. Look at in the dark. That's scary. We love Pibby. They just raided. Love them so much, and I appreciate the raid. I can't believe I have work tomorrow. I'm so sad. Why must I have work? I'm so gorgeous and pretty, I should just sit here and get people to throw money at me. Yeah. I have to work with straight people. What the? It is? Oh, we're here for you, bestie. Not I try you. Not work, but not really. So true. Thank you. My makeup was not as I wanted it to go tonight, but we're rolling with the punches. I don't know what we got from the. Oh, it was the answer. What was the code? I don't know. Oh, I'm so sorry for you, Celeste. You're fine. We got you. The shotgun. The typewriter here. Nine 598. Or was it 9895? I don't remember what the code was. Classic me, not remembering a damn thing. See, now I don't remember where we were supposed to go to put the code. It's just a mess. This is a mess. Yes, if you're cold, you should buy an Udi with code Nemesis at checkout for $30 off. It's going to be really great for the winter, and they're super cuddly and warm and fuzzy and very fun. I remember it's at the end of a hallway. That's all I remember. Stop. Not this one. This one. Unless. Nope. Running, 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 running. It's on the second or third floor. What the fuck? I know, literally. You can do it, James. You got it. Come on, buddy. So proud of you. I think it's on the third floor, now that you mention it. It's the nurse lady, and then I was like, oh my god, she's chasing me while I'm trying to put the code in the door. I want to know where the shotgun is. Stop. She is really blocked, huh? is she? Got you. Music is so loud, jeez. Well. Fuck! I forgot the code. Okay, we're gonna go to the second floor. Please. It was, yeah. It was 9. I think it was 9598. I don't like that though because that confuses me a little bit. Let's get the shotgun. Is that it on the floor? Oh no, that's the dead body. Anyways. Might be in here, I think. Oh. A little teddy bear.
Ow.
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are
Oh.
you okay?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, and the shotgun's right here. Hey. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right. Now to do that door with the numbers that my brain does not comprehend. Going too far. Maria, I'm sorry. Going, I'm going. Oh, 5. Excuse me, I did it. Okay. There's more than one? Wait, did I really write the wrong number? Wait, what number am I writing? Oh my god. No, now y'all are just pranking me. This isn't the right door? I hate this game. What do we use the needle for? Yeah, who brought the shotgun to the hospital? Why did we bring the shotgun to the hospital? Wrong lever! Okay, nothing works. Every door is locked. Why wouldn't it be? We're playing a horror game. Like, literally. Well, clearly someone did something to these bodies. Like, what is wrong? Oh my god. Please? That was from a recent stream, too. I think we were ranting about like transphobic people in the workplace. I don't remember. Yeah, but there's nowhere to use the code on the first floor. Oh. Yeah. God, I'm such a great streamer. The way I just don't play video games the right way. Hold on. This is the wrong memo. The silence of like, yeah, I don't think it goes to the 3rd floor though. I clink a drink with you. I literally did put some alcohol in the fridge. Ah, Vivi! Thank you so much for gifting some subs. I love him so much. I think my subscription just went through for you. I was like, who just went through? Because my Twitch went through and I was like, I gotta go to Pip's stream. Because every time, I love that music when I do a resubscription on your channel. And then it's the silent for a second as your arms are held up and you're like, Nebby! It's like my favorite thing, like every month. I'm like, I love it here. It's like my favorite thing ever. Thank you so, so much for gifting some subs. Yes, the horn! It's so good. Wow. My spooky alerts are so cute. I love them. I did have to just reset my computer because I don't know why it was having so many issues. Like my desktop wasn't loading correctly. Like everything. Today's stream, I'm like worried something's going wrong. But I think we're doing good. But everybody should go subscribe to Pib. Use your Prime on them. Get a subscription for their channel because their emotes are so good. Their emotes are so good. No, but your emotes are like my favorite ever. Where am I supposed to... Okay. That code goes upstairs. I'm sure of it. Unless I'm crazy. I'm not crazy! I'm surprised at how well this is working out because I'm using PS Now, and PS Now, you're supposed to be, you stream the games on Wi-Fi, so if your computer, like, or, I mean, your internet goes a little, it'll run differently, but we've had a pretty solid stream, honestly. No, don't worry, you do not have to subscribe to me. You can enjoy the show for free. I am not opposed. It's 9598. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, please, Kennedy, tell me where. It said something about a box. I thought it wasn't referring to that. I thought it was just like, whatever. Oh, that's not the right one. Exam room. First floor. Why did it get so dark? Oh, my flashlight turned off. Why is it so dark in here? Okay. Exam room is in here, I believe. Seven, 3, 3, 5. Jesus. I'm crying, kids. We did it. Yeah, I think this PS Now port has 2 and 3, Pip. Okay. End my suffering. Oh my dear God, I love life. A little worried about this, so I am gonna pull out my shotgun. Just casually pull that out of my clutch. They're so cool. I love the nurses. Anyways. What the? Oh, Please. I love it here. You better. Is that your emote? Oh my God, that's so cute. I love it. I'm like squinting. I'm like, what is that? I need contacts. ASAP. Well, we had this conversation? She scared me so bad. We've had this conversation before. Did you see the, someone made a Bowser, Dill of the Dough, and Nintendo sent them a cease and desist letter because it was too accurate? And I've seen it. Oh, this is the box. We need more than one code. Oh dear God, what is this? I feel like I'm gonna die if I get the code wrong. Oh my God, have you seen it? I need to send it to you. That's gonna be such a weird thing for me to message you and see, but like, oh my God, you scare me every time, girl. She's just standing there like... Yes, Google it. We discussed it when we played Paper Mario. I'm focusing. I'm gonna do this. I'm stronger than yesterday. Ain't nothing but a memory. Oh. Hello? Oh, cutscene. Are you okay? What's going on?
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired.
Me too. Oh. Yas pills.
It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
Oh, good night.
So comfy.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be
I'm
laughing.
gonna go look for her. For Laura.
This is
I'll
me
be back
after
as soon
stream.
as I can.
So comfy. Oh, roof key. Woo! Yes, roof. I'm on the roof. So comfy. I lay on the bed. Literally, in a month, like, Monster's just roaming the hall and she's like, I'm gonna take a nap right. I take a nap right here. What's up here? A nice room. So true, Marshall. The way I use my Udi as a pillow, it's so comfy. I have 3, so I can use one as a pillow, a blanket, and I can wear it. Yep. Multi-purpose. Oh! Where did he come from? What the hell? Not him face camping. Ugh. Report. The fuck was that? So rude. I'm gonna heal. Me having 6 health packs, so true. Where did I fall? Oh, and I fell. The fuck? It's just okay. Okay. There was something on the wall. Like, how do y'all see that? I don't see it. Well, I'm not wearing my glasses, so. I mean, I guess that explains it, huh? That's probably why I'm so bad at video games, because I'm not wearing my glasses and I can't see. Probably, right? Yeah. Two, 4, 2, 4. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so you'll be right down here. My secret name. Okay, so it's 9, 3, what, and then 2, 4, 2, 4 is the tourney code. Yes, get it, yes! Udis are such a good price with my code, and then, like, every time Udi sends me an extra offer, I send it in our subs only chat in the Discord. Like, it's a pretty decent price for a really comfy, like, snuggie. Not a snuggie, but like a comfy blanket of sorts. Mine doesn't. Code Nemesis does not have an expiration date. It is indefinite. Oh my god, you should get it. I have it. It's honestly really good. And it's like fleece lined. It's so comfy. I'm not very, I don't use it like every other night because I get really hot in my sleep. But like if it's really cold, I'll use it. Oh, there's another thing we have to get. The padlock. Damn it. I thought we were gonna do something cool. I have a key, huh? Oh, is it the lapis one? Oh. Oh. Damn. We still need something for this. What do we need? I thought we could have used the needle, but I guess not. I have to use the restroom, so I'm gonna use the bathroom. 1 second, I'll be right back. Delta chair. We need teamwork. Yes. We all join our hands together and open the lock. This image just looks like a Nancy Drew game. So open sesame. Where'd she go? Girl. I'm so tired. Gets up. Okay. Oh no, she's right here.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
Move on.
I haven't thought about that.
How long has his wife been dead? Huh. 3 years, Gorge? At what point are you like, yeah, I'm gonna go find someone else? Thanks for coming, Jamie. Appreciate it. Do I go back up on the roof, do you think? Just like, hey, how are ya? I'm back. What does he mean, my secret name? For them. Okay. Same. Wait, what do you mean? I've explored all of these rooms. Oh, wait. No, I haven't. I lied. A liar. Oh. The green stuff on the ground, hello? There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. I literally do. I have the tool. I have the tool. Yup! What? You're kidding. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is nothing ever easy? Are you serious? Ice cream. I want ice cream. I didn't get ice cream at the store today. I'm so dumb. Oh my fucking... Okay, love this game, but like, what is the point of having all these rooms that don't open if they don't open? You know what I mean? Like, that's my thing in horror games. This door is locked, then why have it? Oh my shit. So now every room I've explored. Now we're gonna go up. I'm going to the roof. Do you think Pyramid Head's still up there? Let's find out. Hello? Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Okay, well, he's literally gone. Well, that was rather rude, wasn't it? That he just kinda... You're literally kidding. I'm good at video games. I'm literally a pro at video games. Like, I think, the best streamer. Like, I can do these games so easy without any help from anybody. Ice cream. Now I want ice cream. Ooh, you know what I love? I love like gourmet ice cream when they make it in-house. Sorry if I made you crave ice cream. Oh, we gotta go from the kitchen to the bedroom. Okay, we guess we don't have to. Oh, okay, we go down this hall. From the house of we can't even get over there. I hate it here. I love ice cream. I love ice cream. I love ice cream. Can I fit through the little crack? Ooh, love that for you. I want to get candles. Ooh, I want to get candles for the holiday season. I love a candle. I just missed something? What do you mean? In this in the hallway? Oh. I want more fall stuff. I wanted to go decorate my stream room for Halloween, but I haven't been able to go yet. I haven't been able to go to like a good spirit Halloween yet. I went through the wrong door. Oops. Excuse me. Wait, this is the first room I went in and we missed it in here? So rude. Potential of this illness exists in people under the right circumstances. Any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is the place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I am a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself the question, it's true that us That to us, his imaginings are nothing but inventions of a busy mind, but to him they are simply there is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So I ask myself, in why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? I got a key from Joseph. It is probably the key to that box. Interesting. I want to go to a haunted house. I wanted to go to Disney this year. I love candles, Pib. My favorite is caramel or like sea breeze, even though I live on the sea. Like, ugh. I don't know, something about it. Please, can I just go up the stairs? I do not trust them. Me either. That's why I just have it in my office with the door closed. So true. I went to Disney for Halloween 2 years ago and it was the best experience of my life. It was so magical. And it was perfect weather. Not too hot, not too cold. Amazing. I want to go to Disney World and Disneyland. Like, I want to go one right after the other so I can see the difference. I mean, there's clearly a difference, but, like, I would love to plan something that I went one after the other and, like, review it. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be cool. Are you shitting me? There's just hair. We did all that for a piece of hair that this man could have just plucked out of his head. Okay. Yeah, of course, Pip. Here you go. Imagine, like, trying to give someone else a piece of hair without losing it. New wig, please. Oh, that bitch just got up. I saw her. I saw that. I saw you move. I saw that. Where was that room with the... Oh, it's on this floor. It's like right over here. So smart. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Oh. Oh. Excuse me, let me use my piece of hair. What? Oh, I didn't know there was a combine button. Oh my god, Resident Evil quaking. You literally cannot even tell me this man could not have just used his hair. Or Maria's hair. I'm so sorry. Elevator key. I feel like there are better ways to go around that. Where are we going? Elevator. An elevator in a horror game. This is gonna go so well. Oh. Wait, what? What is even happening now? Oh, could we not get over here before? The way I just like didn't realize. I'm like, yeah. Sure. Yeah. Nice room. I'm gonna open one of these doors and shit my pants. Oh. Why you laughing?
Laura?
Croft?
Huh? You know my name?
Nope. I didn't until this
Eddie
moment.
told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
Stop!
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already...
You think?
I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid.
Like,
There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
oh dear
But
God.
it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Seems troublesome. I mean, not seems, like she has been so far.
Come on, hurry up.
She's gonna lock us in here.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
She's literally gonna lock us in here.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
How did he not suspect that? What is that?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
No, no, no.
I guess it won't open it. I think I'll just leave it like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
Not fart faced. Sorry, she really got him with that one. That was a good one. Where are their legs popping up? What is that? Oh. Oh, it's still not dead. Did I die?
James. James.
What is happening? Where am I? That was a boss battle. And what about it? I'm such a girl boss, I can end them with one shot. I do have a shotgun. Hello? Did you want me to use my pistol against the boss? I don't think so. I killed the boss, and what? This is the hallway that Bratz doll meme comes from. You know the one of the Bratz doll standing, like... Yasmin standing in the hall posing. This is where that meme comes from. Oh. I mean, like, literally, they're just brats. It's actually a good adaptation of, like, kids in real life. Just bratty and annoying. Like, and I don't want to be, like, that type of person to be like, I hate kids, big and yeah, but, like, literally, like, that age range of just being, like, rebellious and, like, rude to everybody. It's so obnoxious. Like, just be a good kid. It's not that hard. I can't believe I did that boss battle in like 3 shots. Like, I'm such a girl boss. The way she's spread? Me. Yeah, right? Like, what was that? No, like, actually, same. Red. I feel you. Of course I can't open it. Why would I be able to open it the first try? Oh, we have to go find what's her name? Maria. Literally. I like this bread just sitting here. So pretty. The breathing? Maria! Bestie, we need to open a fridge downstairs. I need your help. I see you later. I don't even know where I am. Oh. Yes, this is Silent Hill 2. It's on the PS Now. Oh, wait, she's just... Sorry, I'm getting a slice of bread. Where is Maria? Come back. Okay, wait, why is this bread so good right now? I think I saw that earlier, Red. Ah. What? Oh. Pretend like I didn't hear that. The fuck is that noise? Okay. Okay. You can stop. You can stop. Are you serious? Literally, where is Maria? Where's our bestie? Maria, come home. Thank you for the raid and hanging out, Pippi. I appreciate you. Have a good night's sleep. I tuck you in. Trying to finish this section of the game and then I'm out. I don't even remember magazines like that were normal. I only remember the like kids magazines that like came with the posters of the celebrities. She's an angel. No one knows. I only can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along the bridge of the thread. My safety bestie. Where am I supposed to go next? Night, Navi. I wish I could. I want more emote slots so bad, but they won't even give us follower emotes. Oh my god. I don't even know what's happening in the chat right now. Let's just talk about Silent Hill. Ugh! My god. There's a sesame seed in my throat. I feel it. I got the sesame seed in my throat. We have to go to the basement, I feel, but like, how do we... I just got back from one. Redacted quote. Me as a villager. I am unwell. How do you? How do you? Where art thou? New objective. Where art thou? Got the last thing we did that was on topic. Like, where are we headed? Here. This room just had stuff in it. There's nothing in here. This is the new hospital. Okay. Sorry, my dump truck ass is breaking this chair. Lasagna, thank you for the follow. Wait, there's something else in this room that I haven't gotten. Wait, no, I lied. Excuse me. We've checked all these rooms. Oh no, we haven't tried. I don't think any of those rooms I can open. S12, S8, S7, S2. There's some rooms we haven't checked. Fuck. What is the moaning in this room? What is happening? NT ways. The lock is broken. Into this room. 8 mayo. Oh, 8 mayo. Thanks for 18 months, FB Jewel. I want to rip this wig off so bad. Do. Get that shit right off. Put that shit right back on. I really am. I've been going a while. I'm ready to get comfy and yeah. So we've tried all these rooms. Do we have to try all those? How do yo? I'm almost done. I run. Sorry, I feel like if you wore a wig for like 6 hours, you would understand my struggle. Okay, I went the wrong way. I just sounded like Shakira. Okay. right. We're doing it. I would play air horns, but my soundboard is broken, just like half of my entire PC. It's so true. I cry. As soon as I fix my soundboard, 3 days later it breaks again. Okay. Where is the elevator? Oh my god, it's back there. Jesus Christ. First, I'm that bitch. I'm only gonna say it one time. Dos manos. That means 2 hands. See, I'm good at Spanish. I took Spanish once. Once. And all I remember is lettuce is lechuga. Nope, that's milk. Is it? I don't know. Fuck! Well, I only took 1 year. Well, 2 years. I was forced to do 2 years of Spanish. Yeah, lettuce. A leche. Yeah. Lechuga is lettuce. See, I knew it. I got it right. If that was on a test, I would get it right. And then, dos manos means 2 hands. I use that a lot. Yeah, and you want to know something in Hebrew? Baruch atah. That means something about God. I don't know. I dropped out of Hebrew school, sorry. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark. I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring and I will never be able to go back there. Okay. I picked up an item. Fuck. Well, with Hebrew, I know with Spanish it's a lot of rolling the R's, and then in Hebrew it's a lot of so then English is just like yay. Yeah. Something about God. You start every prayer in Hebrew with Baruch atah Adonai. What is that? Oh. Dry cell battery, basement storeroom key. Oh, so we can go into the basement now. Okay. Ugh, I wish I knew that because I really want to go to Japan. Like, I really want to go. I forgot what room. I think it's 3. I love that for you. I'm so jealous. Like, when I mean so jealous, I just can't learn, like, new products of different things. Like, it's really hard for me to, like, get it through my tiny brain. Praise are you, our God, our ruler of the universe, who's given us to enable us to reach this season. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Shah Elishanu Omitz. Nope. I can read Hebrew better, honestly. Not the pronounced words. Like, I remember the Hebrew alphabet. Oh, shut up. Oh, I would love to learn that. I really would. It sucks, like, I would be able to internalize and understand it more if schools taught us that younger. So when we grow older, it's more relevant. You know what I mean? Like, if I learned maybe Spanish and sign language in, like, 4th to 6th grade, it would go into the brain better. And then it would be easier to flesh out. Like, in high school, you're just sitting around slacking off. You're not going to learn shit. Like, have kids in 5th grade start learning about taxes and shit. Why not? Can I move this? This looks movable. Okay.
James.
That scared
Mary?
me.
Oh, Maria.
Why did she look like a
It's
serial killer?
I thought you were-
James!
Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me?
Sorry, the way
All
she
you
said
care
that.
about is that
Oh,
dead
she's
wife of
done.
yours.
Oh!
I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me.
She's plucked. Wait, does she have red tips?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone.
Oh.
You're supposed to take care of me. So,
Oh, I give you a
what about
hug.
Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her.
Ray, please.
Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to...
Me and who? Me and who? We go in here? Oh. I always click so fast that I'm just trying to pick up the item, but I'm really just trying to... We got a ring. A spider? Oh. Marshall, look away. So what now? You shut up. Wait, where are we going now? Oh, it wants me to combine it with something? Combine with what? Huh. How do we open the gate? I just kick it down? I don't know. Like nothing in this room. I almost died back there. Anyway? What do you mean anyway? He was so mad. Good for her though, girl boss. Wait, what was that? Whatever is down here, stop. Like, can I kill you? Whatever it is. I'm done. That noise literally is making me mad. I'm confused though what we used the ring for. Excuse me. Hey, Mac. I feel like we have to be in the basement, but like in the basement, there's like nowhere to go. Maria. Here comes the annoying noise. The elevator? The basement? Enough. Oh, I'm done. I think I went too high. Oh yeah, you're right. I can forget where that is. Like, this is such a maze. Oh my gosh, is it really that good? I've seen everybody talking about it. Please. I kind of want to try it. I'm a Cookie Run Kingdom type of girl. Even though it makes my phone almost overheat every time. What do you even do in it? Hey, girl boss. There's an actual maze.
Hi there, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Hello?
To another exciting edition of Trick or Treat. Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you.
I'm just trying to take the elevator.
Or should I say, unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland. Are you ready to play Trick or Treat?
I'm good.
Here's your first question.
Okay.
Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love.
Okay.
The question is, what is the name
Oh, what the
of this
fuck?
amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly, on to question number 2.
What?
Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, spattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy! What a gruesome end to such innocent lives! Now, the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Guy. Now, for our third and final
Wasn't it Walter?
question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Bay. There to Paleville, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is... What is the name of that road? 1.
Your mom.
Buckman Road. 2. Rendell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong... Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in.
I don't want to be wrong.
Bye-bye.
No, chat. You can't let me die. Oh, no.
What was that?
Oh, what was that? Okay, James. Yeah, literally, what was that? Like, what? So rude. Will I get a game over if I get the answers wrong? Can you tell me that?
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a
Oh.
little girl like me supposed to help?
What if she did it by herself? She went, boop, done.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Thank you, thanks for hanging. Okay, so we got 2 rings. Now what? Okay. Yeah, what? Alright, let's go to the storage room on room 3. I mean, floor number 3. Okay, that was weird. So true. I'm scared. Worried emoji. Oh no! I don't remember. I don't know. I know the last one. Nope. I think number 2 is 1. Is that it's Walter, right? I think it is. Because we found that out earlier. I don't know what the park is called. I think it's 313. I think it's 313. The last ones are 1 and 3, but I don't know the answer to the first one. Should have watched Silent Hill before I played this. I didn't know there was gonna be a pop quiz. Are you sure? You're a bitch. Oh, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's 313, but I don't know. Are you sure? For the drama. I think I'm gonna lock in with 313. Yeah, I think it does sound too on the nose. Unless it's I hate y'all. I'm not confident. No, you're lying, Kennedy. You're lying. You're a liar. Don't say that. You're nasty. Are you serious? I will sit here for hours. Oh my god. I was about to be an obscure moment. Like, I'm not letting anyone die. I will reload the save. Okay, I'm doing 313. Did I get it right? So where's the ring? Did I really get it right? I'm so cool. Oh, it's an optional thing. Oh, I got it right. What happens if you lose it? You die. I got it right. I'm a god. Sorry. Not are you sure when I got the answer right on my first guess. So you made me sit there. You're a bitch. Oh my god. Are you confident? I hate y'all. Okay. Can I be vulnerable? I wanted to see you. Yeah, I definitely got that vibe. I thought I was gonna lose it. Okay. So where do we go now? Oh, I felt my wig slide back. Oh god. Oh, we got that. Okay. Says check us. Is it possible to get to the garden? We been there yet? Oh, sorry. I totally saw you ask that question. I have not. It definitely has been a thought of mine, but I've seen other people play it, so it's not really on my itinerary in the near future, but maybe eventually. Like I think I watched Pip play it and I watched Deer play it. So I like kind of know some things that I wish I mean, not that I wish I didn't. Like, it was a good time to watch. I like going into things with little to no knowledge, as you can see, because everybody in the chat has to help me do every single game I play. But, you know, here we are. It's a community effort. I don't even, like... You tell. I mean, it's obviously not this stairway. So we have to get to the other one. So what? Go to the first floor on the elevator, I think. That is the move. Oh. I thought that was a giant spider. I literally almost died. We're in the garden. Oh, what a nice garden. Okay, I'm gonna go to the stairway. Oh wait, no, we can't go through that door. I have to go to the third floor. Gotcha. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Really? Where? I didn't see that. Excuse me. Oh, I wish I had McDonald's tonight. My sister brought me McDonald's yesterday. It was lovely. My sister went to a Slipknot concert yesterday. You believe? Oh, right there next to the elevator. I didn't even see those. They're locked. Oh. Hey, everyone. Oh. Oh. I'm a little bit worried. Oh, I'm definitely worried. Why is Pyramid Head chasing us? Maria, bestie, run. Maria? I didn't like how he just kind of appeared out of nowhere. That was scary. Oh my god, run, girl. Oh!
Open up!
Are y'all serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? You're kidding! Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Are you serious? Hi, glasses. Are y'all serious? Was she supposed to die? Or did I do something wrong? Can I be let out of here? My favorite character just died. Can I be let out of this hellhole that you call a video game? No, I didn't! I'm so plucked. Are you kidding me? Wait, so I was sitting here and some of you knew she was gonna die and I was like, I'll dress up as Maria next stream when she dies in this section. Okay, I know the game we're playing, y'all. I know. I'm plucked. Can I be let out of here? I'm so done. I'm done. I need to go. I'll dress up as her in memory. I will be so- I'm so sad. Please let me out. No, now I have to cosplay her. I'm so mad. The way she was carrying this game, not gonna lie. The way she literally carried, I can't. What a robbed queen. Kennedy, how the can you please, I beg on my hands and knees. I give you a kiss, I give you a hug. Help me out of this prison. I'm so mad. I can't even. I'm so mad, y'all. If you've been watching me run around the last hour, you know Maria was carrying. If there wasn't bloody tears coming out of my eyes, they would be real tears. Just know that. Oh my god! Y'all! I don't think I've ever been more mad at a character death. He who is not bold enough to stare across the abyss is not bold enough to stare at himself. The truth can only be learned marching forward. Follow them out. There's a... Like, he's cool, but, like, I liked the dynamic Maria was giving to the game. What was that? Not her just walking outside like, just killed your friend. I know Pyramid Head is responsible, but I sense a problem. I think it was her. It was the kid. I don't need to be reminded that my favorite character died. Well, it's protagonist syndrome. Like, all of the characters that are usually the main antagonists, I mean, protagonists are pretty boring. A majority of the time. I'm not saying most of the time. I mean, I'm not saying all the time. All right. What a lovely time to end the stream. I'm so plucked. I'm plucked. Oh, and I'm done. I'm so sad, y'all. F in chat for Maria if you're still awake. I am plucked. Thank you for your help tonight, Kennedy. I appreciate anybody that sits here and can support me through helping me through a game. Like Marshall and Gray did the other night. I appreciate you, Kennedy. Thank you all for your help. Yeah, F in chat for Maria. I miss her ass. We will do a cosplay of her next time we play this, aka hopefully next stream. But I'm gonna end stream. We are gonna raid someone because Pip was so generous to share their community with us. We're gonna share ours with someone else. I unfortunately do not have a lot of things set up, so my custom transitions and everything are messed up. So yeah! I will hopefully get those fixed by next stream. I will be doing stuff to hopefully get ready for next stream, and then I can stop stressing. I know this is not a new look for 13 streams of Halloween, but it's a good look anyway if you weren't here for last year. I made this last year for Halloween. Let me make sure this person isn't ending their stream, and then we will raid them, and I will end. They are not. So we're gonna raid. Formerly 60BB is now Surreal Camille, which I love their new drag. Like, they're just the moment for me. So please go follow them, appreciate, love them. They're playing Smite, where my drag name comes from. Camille Eon. That's such a good drag name. Chameleon, you get it? It's like a pun name. Arseniki was here too earlier, rated us. So many beautiful people here today. But I'll see y'all on... I have work on Sunday, and I have Monday off, so I will be here on Tuesday. So I'll see y'all on Tuesday with a new look, and we'll play more Silent Hill. And I'll hopefully be able to steer up a Maria look for Tuesday's low-key stream. I'll try to stream a little bit earlier, but I love you all. Thanks for hanging. Everybody make sure you're following all the streamers in my chat. Follow Goose, follow Pip, follow Carson Nikki, follow Surreal Camille. Follow everybody. I love them all. And I'll see y'all on the next one. I'll see you Tuesday. Miss and love you. See you then. Bye, bye, bye.